It
might work.
It might work. It might happen.
Never work.
You never know. You never know. This is not our area of expertise. But welcome. Welcome, Sun. Let me welcome everybody to the 19th episode of our NOOB vs PRO live stream. It's crazy to think we've done 19 episodes so far.
I was just thinking that. 19.
Yeah, 19. Our login, we are on day 97. Could you show everybody day 97 over there? Yeah, we are on day 97.
Ooh.
The 100 day mark is kind of a landmark. I mean, you know, you don't get anything at 100 days. I mean, we get a void shard, which is nice.
Yeah.
But there is something about hitting triple digits, you know, in an account where you're like, okay, I'm actually committed to this account. I've been playing this account for a while. It's growing. It's significant. Because you can do a lot of work and you can get a lot of fun playing this game for like 30, 45 days, 60 days. You know, like you do not have to take it to 100 days to have fun. In fact, you could take it to like 60 days and delete it and start over and do this for 60 days again and have a ton of fun. Because that early stage of the account is all about like just finding your rhythm and you know, coming up with cool solutions and like breaking through and there's all this progress. And then you get into this zone, you know, probably post like 70 or 80 days where for like the next, say, 90 days, for the next 90 days, you are in grind central. Right? Forget Grand Central. Like if you've ever been to the Grand Central in New York City, which is this, you know, great train station. It's not Grand Central. It's Grind Central. That's where you're living for the next 90 days. It's just about incremental progress. It's about collecting all the resources that you can and like slowly fleshing out your roster, you know. But really, until you hit that Sill of the Drakes, like,
yeah,
it's
going to be exciting.
Yeah, like, and that will be exciting. But until you hit that Sill of the Drakes, you're just like, unless I've pulled really well in my first 90 days, the next 90 days is just going to be the long haul. And this is the zone where I think most players quit the game. I think somewhere between like 60 days and 180 days, we lose, like people who drop out of the game. I think, you know, that's by far 90% of people who drop out of the game drop out in that window. That's a big window. You know, we're talking about 120 days.
For getting me excited.
Well, here's the thing. This is exactly where this channel like makes its bones, right? Like this is where we come in. Because this 90 days is incredibly challenging and staying committed to it is difficult. So that free to play mentality that we keep talking about is going to be what's going to get us through these 90 days. There's there's no reason why it can't be a successful 90 days. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not successful. I'm not saying it's not fun. I'm not saying there's nothing you can do. I'm saying all the champions they've been throwing at us for the last 90 days, that's going to start slowing down. Right? Like we don't care about the login reward champions right now. So if you look at the login reward champions, like after High Katoon, right? Which is at 30 days. How many login champions are super valuable?
Not many.
Not many. By the way, I think I'm getting a little bit of feedback on your.
Pulled like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, and you pulled you pulled Dark Elhane twice already.
Yeah,
that's crazy. But yeah, I'm getting a little bit of feedback on your microphone there. I don't know. Maybe you need to turn my volume down a little bit because it seems to be coming out of your headset and into your microphone.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm shouting into my microphone right now. So
is that better?
Yeah, no, I'm still getting a little bit. I can hear. So when I start peaking, let's see, maybe I'll turn my audio down a tiny bit. Maybe that'll help as well. But yeah,
never done that before.
No, it's never done that before. But I don't know. So our audio settings are always interesting. It's always an adventure.
Messing up somewhere.
It's an adventure.
You fix it, and then you wake up the next morning, and it's gone.
It's gone. So
it's that South Park meme, and it's gone.
Yeah.
I just put my money in, and it's gone.
That's a good meme for Raid, actually. I just put my money in, and it's gone.
And it's gone.
Yeah. Okay, so but yeah, so I do think that, you know, like the login reward champions kind of become unexciting. So the Drakes is out there, but she's a ways out there. We're talking about 180 days. So we've got almost as long to play as we've already played in the game. We played 97 days. We got 83 more days to go. In the meantime, the Arbiter missions have gotten hard. It's just the grind to get through that Great Hall stuff, you know? So it's like, if you're trying to push that, it's slow. Our clan boss progress has been great, but now we're getting to the point where like it's very incremental. Can we get from a 3-key nightmare to a 2-key nightmare, right? Can we get a 4-key ultra nightmare? Can we get a 3-key ultra nightmare? And that's what the next three months is going to be about. Can we get to a 2-key ultra nightmare? You know, and like realistically, getting your 2-key ultra nightmare before 6 months would be a feat. Like people can do it depending on the roster that they've gotten and how much effort they put into it. I think you've got a shot at it. I don't think I have a shot at it.
Getting closer, potentially.
Yeah, and we'll talk about your clan boss team in a bit because it's impressive actually. You've put together a very good team there, and you've actually worked your way from your initial speed tune into a second speed tune you think might be better. And so we'll go over. Yeah, we'll go over that. But really, it's the kind of thing where it's like, what do you do? What do you do in this early mid game? Like, you know, when you're at level 19 on dungeons or 18 on dungeons and you can't seem to push, you know, it's like now it's just, can you get to 20? Can you get to 20? Can you farm 20? You know, what can you do in Doom Tower? What can you do in Arena? Can you get out of gold 2 and get into gold 4? You know, can you do that? And so, yeah. So the good news is we both picked up champions this weekend.
Yes.
You picked up Skrank, who I think is actually, we after the recording, we sat down and we talked a little bit more about Skrank and we realized how strong he might be for you in Spider.
Yeah.
Because you don't have
HP burn.
Right. You don't have an AoE HP burner yet. And it's funny because we both picked up an AoE HP burner.
I was about to say, but I think you might have me slightly beat on that one. But hey, I'll still take my Skrank.
Yeah.
I'm happy with him.
No, I would take Skrank too. I mean, I have the edge with Artak. Artak was a huge pull. It was a massive pull for my account, and I can't be happier for it. It's weird because he was a free login champion, you know. So it's like when you got him as a login reward, you might have thought he was really good, but when you pull him, especially early in an account like this, first 100 days, it's like, oh my god, I can't wait. I can't wait. Somebody said this in the comments of the video. They're like, just wait until you get Syl of the Drakes and you have Artak and Syl together. You will duo every dungeon, and that is actually true. Those two champions together built can duo probably not Fire Knight, but the 3 other dungeons, you know, Dragon, Spider, and Ice Golem. Yeah. And that is just going to free me up to do whatever I want with my other champions, which is awesome. And it also means I can get like free XP anytime I'm from like stage 20s. I can duo stage 20s. So I'm still several months out from that, but it's like Artak is going to start getting me all those level 20s. And when I get Syl, it's going to go from a 5-team stage, you know, stage 20 to a duo stage 20.
Yeah, which is going to be nice.
Yeah, which is going to be huge. And obviously they're going to be champions we're going to pull along the way before then. So, all right, so exciting stuff. What do you got planned for today? What are you going to be working on?
That is a great question. The reason I say that is, man, with the holidays and it's just been so busy and crazy. Like I've been all over the place. But I feel like I've gotten a lot of progress and stuff. So, you know, worked on the speed tune. I still got to work on gear. I did a full gear cleanse. That took a while. So now it's now kind of retooling everything.
Yeah, I really have to do a gear cleanse on my main account. I desperately need to do one on my main account. Free gear removal this weekend.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
That's why I've been messing around with it so much.
So I've still got my account on my phone here. Trying to. So this is something I wanted to address before I even talk to chat. I wanted to address this because
keep them in the corner. Yeah. Sorry, chat.
Sorry, chat. We'll get to you in just a second. I want to say hello to everybody. So
I don't see you, Blisson. I don't see you, Ken. You guys aren't here.
Happy Thanksgiving. Happy weekend.
Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah.
I know they're here. But I did want to address this. In the past 6 days, because of the holiday, we've had family here at the house. And we've had a lot of family here at the house. My brother's family came from Hawaii, and it's been great having them here. We don't get to see them very often. And so they were able to be here for a number of days, which has been fantastic. And as a result, I took a step back from the game. We didn't record. I mean, luckily we were still able to record our videos. But we didn't do a stream on Thursday. Obviously, that was Thanksgiving. And I kind of stepped back a little bit from answering comments and being engaged in Discord and stuff like that. So if you've noticed my absence, that's the reason why. But in addition, just simply because I've been focused elsewhere, I've missed 5 days worth of dailies. I've missed 5 days worth of advanced quests. I've missed 5 days on both accounts. I think possibly in those 5 days or 6 days, I've maybe cleared 1 day on each account where I've gotten like the full quests and all that stuff. I've fallen down in my arena. My arena team's been moving backwards. I didn't do clan boss a few days. Like I got 1 chest as opposed to 3 chests on my main. I got 1 chest as opposed to 2 chests on my NOOB versus Pro. I have just played just enough to keep pace with the fusion on my main account. That's literally all I've done is log in every day and try to make sure that I've done that. I'm not sure I'm going to complete the forge passes on either account now. I'm really close to the edge of not being able to complete that. I'm not even sure. I might have already failed on 1 account. And that's totally fine.
Yeah, such is life sometimes.
Do you know what I mean? It's totally fine. I've had a blast having the family here. I've spent that time with my family. I spent that time with my wife. I spent that time with my niece and nephew, all my cousins who've come to visit, my aunts and uncles, my parents. And we've had such a good time playing games, eating food, laughing. And this game wants you to be in the game as much as possible. And the first couple of days, I was really struggling. I was like, it wasn't even Thanksgiving yet. I was struggling to detach. I still felt the need to log in every day. There's a fusion event. There's a thing. There's a forge pass. There's this. There's that. Content. I gotta keep pace with the content. And I'm like, everything is pushing me into this game. And then finally, like Thanksgiving Day hit, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember. This is my favorite day of the year. Now, I know that that's not true for everybody, but everybody has a favorite day of the year, whatever day it is. Maybe it's your birthday, maybe it's your anniversary, maybe it's New Year's Eve, maybe it's Halloween. Whatever you love in your, it could be, anything. And to be stressed about my favorite day of the year, to be stressed about this game during my favorite day of the year, I just had I had a moment where I was like, oh, I got to let this go. And honestly, from that point on, like I still tried to be, log in every day and check in with you and try to get our videos out and stuff. But if the timeline didn't happen, no big deal. If I missed a couple of, quests or whatever, no big deal. But it took me a good 48 hours to get to that place where I felt comfortable with it. And I had to remind myself, I'm like, even though you and I are trying to make content, and this is part of our new chosen career path, the life outside of this game is more important. Those connections are more important. That time is more important. So I just want to say that to everybody. I want to say, I know that it will. I know that it will, like raid will get in your brain and it'll make you feel like you need to be connected all the time. And it's healthy and good and right to disconnect from time to time, to allow yourself suboptimal performance in the game to improve your performance with your family, with your job, with your mental health, with your physical health. It is totally fine to do that. If you need permission to feel good about it, I give you permission. If you don't need permission, you think that's silly, that's fine too. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to get in your business. But it's good to be able to step away. And it's good also to come back. It's good to come back and say, oh man, I haven't played for 4 or 5 days. Like I've got stuff I want to do. I have a brand new RTAC. Yeah, and I haven't touched him yet. Do you know what I mean? He's sitting there and I'm like, it's like, oh man, as soon as I get back into the game, I've got 1500 energy just sitting there. I'm going to start getting my RTAC into Minotaur. I'm going to start leveling him up. I'm going to gear him out. oh, he's going to be a beast, you know? And so like that anticipation increases my pleasure in the game. So I wanted to say that up front. Like, you know, we've got the no dime December that Jay Giggs has called for, you know, the spending freeze in December. But I think, you know, the message that the free to play mentality, the message of no dime December, the message of that I'm trying to send here right now is the game is there to serve you, not the other way around. That's all.
Very true. All
right. Now let's go say hi to chat.
No, they're still not there. I don't see them at all.
Hey, they're all here. Wow. Oh, okay.
Got a bunch of folks here.
We got Shooter. All right, Shooter. Hi. We got Mayhem Monkey, Wicked Gaming, Thugzilla. Crashdown is in the house. That's Team Colred right there. We got Mitty. Hey, Colred and Son. Hey, Mitty. Burso29. Good to see you too. Justin Night Dragon. I think I found a solution to Dark Fae. HP burns. Okay. Hey, definitely let us know how that works for you. That could be an interesting approach. I've never tried HP burns really there. Let's see. Thugzilla says high damage, low survivability defense for Dark Fae. Yeah, you want your Dark Fae team to be squishy. Generally, that's the best way, right? You go with a squishy team so you can blow up your mirror copies really easily, because if you bring in tanks, then you have to kill tanks, and that's hard to do. Ian Godwin is here. Cold Dragon in the house. Smack that like button. I like that. Smash that like button. Could be smack that like button. But yes, thank you. Don't forget to hit the like button. In fact, let me hit my own like button here. All right. Thank you for the reminder, Ian. Mario, good evening. Good morning. M. Leap. I quit and returned like 6 times in my first 180 days. Yeah, I think that's the feeling. In fact, I've been talking to my nephew. Been hanging out with him this weekend. It's been great to see him. I haven't seen him in over, I want to say it's been like a year and a half. It's been a while. So he actually plays Raid. Now he doesn't play it like every day. It's not his daily game. It's like his 3rd or 4th game. You know, it's just one of the games in his stable, and he plays it every once in a while. But he's been logging in to this game for, I don't know, since Rhonda. He has Rhonda. He has Rhonda and Wukong and Artak. You know, and he has a decent roster. But he's gotten to that place where his roster is so congested, and he actually hasn't played that much. He's only account level 32. So he's account level 32, but he's logged in for like 200 days or something. And so, you know, we were talking about his account, and what I'm actually going to do is this Thursday, our Thursday stream. Our Thursdays are open stream, right? Tuesdays are Takeover Tuesdays, and our Sunday streams are NOOB versus Pro. But Thursday is just our flex stream. It's whatever we want to do. So this Thursday, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take over his account, and I'm basically going to show people who are in this situation. If you are stuck, if you have a clogged up account, if you've come back to the game after months away, or, you know, you've been one of these players who's just logged in for a long time and you have all these great champions, but you don't know how to actually play the game and be effective because you've never really played, you've just logged in. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take over that account, and we're going to show how to get a like traffic jam of an account moving again. You know, where you can get progress, where you want to focus, what your mentality needs to be. So I'm actually really excited for that stream for 2 reasons. One is because I think it's a great topic, because I have players who are constantly messaging me who are like, I've come back to the game after a year away and I don't know what to do. I'm overwhelmed.
I can see that.
Yeah. And so I think, you know, a stream on that'll be up there that people can view, that'll be good. We may also make a video out of it. We may do like a stream and then kind of trim it down and do the highlights for a video or something. I don't know. But the second reason I'm excited is because it's my nephew's account. And if I can get him maybe, you know, into a more happy place with his account, then maybe he'll join us and he'll be part of our community as well, which would be really fun for me.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to chat here for a second. Suzanne Johansson is here. Hi, Colred Son and all. Hello. Good to see you. Dave Strode. They should really add some extra early game rewards. I recently did my own referrals, and just getting 2 rank 6 was too. Yeah, self-referrals aren't what they don't want you to do self-referrals, right? They want you to spread the word and get other people in here, so they're not going to make that easier, unfortunately. I do think It's weird because like I watched a video by Deadwood Jedi. I watched a Deadwood Jedi video not that long ago, and he was saying how there are so many more resources for early game players than there used to be. And actually there are. Imagine playing this game 2.5 years ago when like you just had to take your starter champion for the first 6 months of the game, and like that was your best champion. You know, like it was such a slog. And it was such a different game back then, but it's still too hard. And one of the reasons why I think the early game is too hard isn't because like the first week is too hard. It's because there's too much. You know, it's like there's too much in the game that the progress that you throw at us actually narrows our vision, and we don't see all of the things that we have to do in the game. And so what I think they need is a better system for like integrating each additional challenge and then giving early game solutions for some of those challenges. Even if it's just like more rare champions as rewards, like specific rares, or maybe it's just like more shards to get you a bigger roster or something. I think that could definitely be good early on.
Yeah.
We got Brother Willis here. He says, I finally get to watch a live stream. Well, welcome. I'm glad we were able to make that happen for you. Ken Chan is here. Thugzilla asks, aren't they releasing a new 7-day login legendary soon? I hope so. I'll be honest, in the last 5 or 6 days, I've been paying almost no attention. So, you know, thankfully, that, like I was just talking about. So I will get back into the news and start looking into things. I know that there was an update released through some content creators, preview of something. I didn't really catch all the videos. I saw HH's one video, and there's a new tower boss coming. I don't know what kind of tower. I don't know where it's going to go. There's some kind of lighthouse. There's a new city or something with a lighthouse, and there's a boss in the lighthouse. Something like that. So I don't know if that's like
cool.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a big new boss fight. I don't know if it's a big new gameplay area. I don't know what it is. So, you know, you guys may know more of that if you've watched more videos, but I will get back into the news tomorrow, and start getting into it. We got Bliss in here, who's Team Sun.
Yeah, go Bliss.
Tomas is here. Good to see you. We're doing well. Thank you. ASAP says 3 key nightmare in 6 months is way too slow. I'm free to play. Started with no knowledge, and I'm already 2 to 3 keying ultra nightmare 3 months in. Yeah, I'm I guess I'm generalizing. I'm taking the whole community. Like if you're a serious grinder like Sun is, and you get reasonable pulls, you can get your 3 key ultra nightmare in, say, you know, 3 to 4 months. It's possible. I think Sun will potentially get his 3 key ultra nightmare in 4 months. It is possible. I won't. I don't think I will. Might get close. I should get a 2 key nightmare. So we'll see. I don't think I'm really that close to a 1 key nightmare. And the champions that I pulled don't necessarily lend itself for me to like improve my clan boss team very much. I haven't gotten any of the key components to that. So for instance, you know, he pulled a Brogni, he pulled a Geo, he pulled a Fane. Like these are all great clan boss champions, and he's put them all in a team. He's speed tuned it. He's worked his butt off to get them their masteries, and he's got them booked out, and he prioritized it. And now he's going to crush it. And that's exactly the way it should work. You know?
Yeah.
In the meantime, I haven't, been as grindy as he is. I haven't leveled up as many 6 stars. I don't have as many books because I haven't won as many, books from champion training. And I haven't pulled the champions that I need. So I'm actually pretty happy with it. If I could get to a 2 key nightmare, I'd be pretty happy. In fact, now that I think of it, I think I'm at a 2 key nightmare. I think I'm at a 2 key nightmare on 1 affinity or 2 affinities. So I think Spirit Affinity, I'm at a 2 key nightmare. But the others, I think I'm at a 3 key nightmare. So if I can get everybody down to a 2 key nightmare, that'd be fantastic. And then we'll see what happens, in the next 90 days. But yeah, if you are there, then that's awesome. That is awesome. Let's see.
Is Sun's free to play his only account? This is my main account. I did create an alt just so I would have Sun Wukong on that as well. And I came back to it and pulled a Snick Track, so I'm playing it a little bit here and there, but I haven't played it in 3 or 4 days. So yeah, this is pretty much my main account.
Usopp says Deliana can single ice and Spider 20 easily. Potentially. Yeah, I don't know about easily. I think once you get to a point where your gear is like really good, she can do that. Yes. But not everybody has Deliana, right? She's no longer a free champion. You can't get her code is gone. So I don't have her on this account. I think Artak can solo Spider 20 by himself. I'm not so much saying that like Artak isn't as good as some other champ. What I'm saying is once you have Scylla of the Drakes and Artak, you don't even have to have great gear. Those two champions as a duo are so strong, they're going to crush Doom Tower for you. They're going to crush all the dungeons for you. They just built reasonably. You know, speed up around 190 to 210, something like that. You know, not 240, not 250. You know, you get Artak up to maybe 50 to 60k health, not 70, not 80. You know, like you get them reasonable builds, decent accuracy. That duo it's almost an automatic. Like if you're at 180 days and you've been playing and you have that duo, you've got duos for 3 dungeons. And probably, you know, you're going to be clearing Doom Tower normal with that duo too. You know, they're just going to make every floor easy.
Yeah, I know I don't want to turn meter and Bommel, but I'm being stubborn.
Someone can tell me how to beat the second boss in Doom Tower normal, asks Ken. Maybe somebody can. I don't even know who the second boss is yet. I haven't done much Doom Tower this rotation. Cost of use destroy sets on your DPS while the free gear removal is up. That's true. That's good. Get a destroy set. You need a destroy set for Scarab. You don't need it. I shouldn't say you need it. It's faster. It makes life easier. Kaji is here. Hello. Good to see you. Meve. Yo. Nicholas. Nicholas says, I understand some people need a break from the game, but my clan leader has said through text messages to us that any break can lead to being banned. Well, a ban is really kick, right? You get kicked out of the clan, and that can be unfortunate, especially if you're in a clan that you like and you're very competitive and you like being that competitive person. So, you know, that's a choice. That's a choice. And what I will say is this: groups in games self-select, right? So when you have a clan leader who says, this is my requirement for you to be in my clan, you can say yes or no. And most people will gravitate towards that clan if they like that requirement. And if they dislike that requirement, they will opt out. To like the clan and say, I want to be in this clan, but not do the activity level, like that level of friction, I think, is something that happens in clans, but it shouldn't. Right? That's usually about either leaders not recognizing the group they're leading or individual members of the group not respecting the group's identity. And it could be a little bit of both, but usually it's one or the other.
Got him.
What's that? Oh, you got it.
I said, got him.
You got it. Nice.
That team shouldn't work, but it does work. So that's all that matters.
Yeah. You've got the champs there. You know, early on your motto was I got the substats. But now
substats.
Now the motto is I got the champs.
Yeah.
You got a sick roster.
I just need to hit this A2 once. 9 books. I just need one nail on the A2.
MZ's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Don Kelly. Hi, Colred and Son. For my only sacred, I pulled Duodan. It's not bad. I mean, you would have liked a gold, obviously, but Duodan is a very respectable epic and can do work for you. Wrecker says, can farm some destroy gear and use it on your highest DPS to kill Scarab King. That's going to speed it up. But again, you don't need it, but it definitely will speed it up. And I suggest everybody build at least 1 or maybe 2 destroy sets. You're probably going to want it on an attack-based damage dealer with 100% crit rate and a lot of damage. because that's how you reduce its like damage mitigation. You could even put it on more than one DPS if you wanted. Virus is here. Welcome. Virus says, hello, I've been watching your content for a while now. Love your speed tuning clan boss. Still working on it and not going so well. I'm sorry to hear that it's not going so well. Couple of things with any clan boss speed tune you want to remember is you got to check your masteries. You can't have any of the masteries that increase turn meter for any reason. You also can't have the mastery, I forget what it's called, that has that 5% chance of like resetting a cooldown. Now, you can do that on like DPS sometimes, like that's fine, but you can't do that on any buffer or even a debuffer maybe that you need to be in a specific place. So for instance, if you're using turn meter fill and then you get extra turn meter fill, then you start going too fast and you outrun your speed tune. Likewise, if you're not using turn meter fill and then you get some out of the masteries, that can break your speed tune. So you want to make sure that you get rid of those. The other thing is you want to make sure you don't have any relentless gear on anybody that can't use relentless gear. Depending on the speed tune, that might be everybody. That might mean every champion has to be not in relentless. And then you want to make sure that when you're using the calculator, you plug in the exact sets that you're using on each champion when you place their speed in the calculator. Make sure also if you're using the Lore of Steel Mastery, you check that box off, and that'll actually give you a true speed for each champion. And it may be that if the speeds are very close, the true speeds change enough to throw off the speed tune. So I hope you get it working. If you're still struggling on Tuesday and you can make the Tuesday live stream, you can always hope for a takeover there. Or you can also come to our Discord community, put your roster up, put your speed tune up, put screenshots up, and the community will help you, including me. If I'm around and if I see it and I have time, I will comment on speed tunes. So hopefully that'll get you going. But thanks for joining the stream. Wrecker says Armagur is a cheap turn meter champ, Haikatune too. Absolutely. Those are both great cheap champions to build. Assassin says, hi mate, enjoy the videos. Welcome, Assassin. Good to have you.
Welcome.
Christy Fernando is here. It's super overwhelming for new players of things to do compared to when I started 4 years ago. Yes. There's just so much more in the game. So Doom Tower wasn't in the game. Hydra Boss wasn't in the game. Faction Crypts wasn't in the game at launch. So there are so many more things to do now. You didn't have the hard versions of the dungeons. You didn't have Iron Twins. There was no Sand Devils. There was no Phantom Shogun. There was so much less in the game. You know, at that point, getting to Nightmare Clan Boss, I'm pretty sure Ultra Nightmare didn't launch with the game. That was an addition. Just getting the Nightmare Clan Boss and finishing that was like winning the game. And, you know, they added stuff fast. And again, my memory of those days is so hazy because I didn't start playing at launch. I started playing a few months after launch, and I only played for about 3.5 months, and I quit. And I came back like a year and a half later. So, you know, the game is over 4 years old at this point, I guess. I don't even know. And I've been playing, like on this account, it's just under 2.5 years in terms of the days. But yeah, so there's just a lot of stuff for new players to have to learn. And the tutorial hasn't been changed since the beginning. Like really, like there isn't much of a tutorial in this game. So the only way you can learn all the stuff you need to learn is either through trial and error, which just takes forever, or you have to like watch tons of content creation videos. And as much as I want to teach everybody how to play the beginning weeks of the game, like realistically, you know, you do that once in some videos and then you move on to other content. There's always more to cover. There's like, I could do videos every day for a year and still not cover everything that people need to know about the game. And in fact, that's what we've been doing. We've basically been doing a video a day pretty much for the last 5 months.
Yeah.
On average, you know, if you include the streams, it's more. And I still have so much I haven't covered. So much. All right. Next artist here. Took me over a year to build a decent team. Was so unlucky with champion pulls. That's the variation too. And sometimes you don't even know that you've been unlucky. And sometimes you don't know that you've been lucky, right? Because you don't know the champions. You don't know like the mechanics of the fights that you haven't fought yet. So you might pull an awesome champion for a fight you haven't fought yet, and you think he's trash, and then you feed him, and then 2 months later you're like, oh, I could have used that champion. That would have been great. So that's also hard. Great Dane is in the house. He says, yo, I'm here. What did I miss? You missed a lot and nothing.
A cool red soapbox moment and
hey,
spider frying. What? Are you telling me there wasn't soap in that box? Come on.
I don't know that I would define it as a soapbox moment, if only for the point that like my name is on the channel, right? So I feel like this is my platform. People expect me to have something to say, and I have something to say.
And all I'm saying is you keep all your soap under that platform. All right?
Yeah, okay.
and it might be box shaped.
Is there soap in that box? Oh man, that's too funny. Yeah. I'm falling behind chat here, so if I don't get to everybody's chat, I'm sorry. I will try to do my best. Wentworth Tanner had a miserable 2 times, about 60 shards, no legendary champs, 3 garbage epics, but some good rares. This brings me to my question. What is the best place to farm ancients as a free-to-play player? If you want ancient shards, the best thing you can do is play every day. Make sure you're getting your dailies and your advanced quests done. You'll get some shards there. Make sure you get into dungeons anytime there's a good tournament that lines up with your energy and all the stuff that you need, whether it's during a CVC or during a fusion or just during a super raid or whatever. Get into those dungeons. You get shards from dungeons. Make sure you buy your 5 monthly from the marketplace. You always want to check the marketplace. Don't refresh with gems. Don't do that. And then the other thing is, if you feel like the bottleneck on your team is your roster, if your roster is the thing that's holding you back, then converting gems into ancient shards through the gem shop is a viable way to improve that situation. In fact, just this past weekend, just yesterday, when it was yesterday, the day before on Friday, I bought 33 ancient shards with gems on my NOOB vs PRO account. And that got me my RTAC. Right? No matter what you say, like, I have not had Sun's pull luck. I have not pulled as well as he has, but I've made up for it by simply grinding out more shards and like converting my gems into shards, whereas he's put his gems into energy. Now that's a good call for him because his bottleneck isn't his roster. Right? So the more champions that he's got more champions to take to 60 than he could possibly like get books for. Do you know what I mean? Like his bottleneck is probably books at this point. But he's got these great champions to take to 60 and he's been doing that. So he has a bigger roster than I do right now. Yeah. But I've been able to sort of mitigate my shard pull luck by simply collecting more shards. And the truth of the matter is it'll probably turn at some point. Like my luck will pick up and his may drop off a little bit. Everybody goes through dry spells. Everybody goes through a hot streak. But he's doing what's good for his account and I'm trying to do what's good for my account. And we're playing differently. You know, we have different amount of time and energy we can put into things and we enjoy different aspects of the game. But if your roster is your bottleneck, start saving every shard you can, only pull during 2 times events, and convert some of those gems into extra ancient shards. All right. Let's see. We got ESP guitars here. I don't know if it's ESP or ESP. But welcome. It's good to see you. Thugzilla says, Colrad, do you and Sun ever plan to challenge each other with Soulstone openings? Probably not. Probably not.
Soul stones?
I don't even.
Shards are fun, but soul stones?
Soul stones suck. I hate them. I hate them.
Sounds like an interesting time. That's for sure.
Wrecker asks, would you say Miscreated to 60 or Rector Drath to 60? It's my 7th 60. Really depends on what you need. They are both viable 60s. They're both very good epics. My feeling, and this is just, it may be my personal bias, but in my experience, Rector Drath is like provides a more rare role in the epic category. There are only a few really top tier epic healers, and Rector Drath is amongst the best, if not the best epic healer, right? You get the mitigation from the perfect veils, you get the continuous heals, you get the heals, you get the solo target revive, you even get the decrease attack on your A1. She's very tanky, so she's hard to kill. And having that on your team, it's like having a Scylla the Drakes. It's not unlike having a Scylla the Drakes. She's not quite as good, I don't think. She's not quite as versatile. But she fills that role really well. And she can plug into a lot of different teams and provide value. Now, Miscreated Monster is awesome. AoE stun, it's not 100%, but any AoE stun is good. He's also got a stun on his A1. He's an ally protect champion. 3-turn uptime on a 4-turn cooldown is really nice, right? It's a 3-turn duration on his ally protect. I mean, Sun, what do you feel about Miscreated Monster? Like, how have you used him, let's say, outside of Clan Boss?
I mean, outside of Clan Boss, wave content, arena, live arena especially. Because if you put Deacon, Wukong, and Miscreated together, they're 90% of the time going to ban the Wukong. And if they don't, they're either going to ban the Deacon or the Miscreated. And even then, they're more likely to pick Deacon. So then you just get the stun. Like my Deacon has 240, or my Miscreated has over 240 speed. He stuns, then comes back around for the ally protect before anybody can do anything. So yeah, he's awesome. I really like him.
Yeah, he's a great champion. I know he's an old school champion. A lot of people like he's fallen in terms of public perception of his value. Like I think he's fallen to the point where he's underrated now. You know, if you went back to year 1 of Raid, he was one of those epics that people were like, this is a great epic. You want to build him. He's an automatic 60. And now it's like, oh, it's a Miscreated Monster. Like, whatever. There's, you know, it's like, and I don't even think he's been power crept. Like, I do not think he's been power crept. He's one of those OGs. By the way, I don't think Rector Drath has been power crept either. These are two epics who are a bit older, who still perform as well today as they've ever performed in terms of their relative value. But, you know, they're not new champions. And so you don't really get the buzz around them. And so I actually think Miscreated Monster, I think I've undervalued Miscreated Monster. There have been times where I've gotten him like, oh, he's great, I'm going to build him right away. And then I get distracted and I don't. But yeah, he's usable in arena. He's usable in wave content. He's usable in dungeons. He's usable in clan boss. He's an absolute hard carry in faction crypts. You can run him at 50. That's maybe the one thing you could say. Like, you could run him at 50, not for like heavy tanking duties, but for like the AoE stun and the fears and the, you know, sort of wave control stuff. You can run him at 50. He's still going to be decently tanky. But one of the things about Miscreated Monster that's a little bit tricky is that his defense is low. He's an HP based tank and he actually takes a ton of damage. So it helps to have like a little bit of a roster or a good support behind him to keep him alive and healthy and all that. He does have some sustain. But otherwise, yeah, he's a great champion. So which one would I pick? I guess the one that you need more of. You know, they're both so good. They're both S tier. They're both S tier epics. Brother Willis says, I used Hell Heidi's clan builder thinking would improve my team for clan boss. I went from 15 million to 17 million damage per key to under 10 million damage. So you were getting 15 to 17 million and then you dropped to under 10 million. It's a tool. It's a tool, but it just like any other tool, it takes some time to learn how to use well and judge it appropriately. I've heard that story a lot. Because one of the things is, one, can you actually get the speed tune out of the information? Can you actually tweak your tune to make sure that it matches what's going on? And then two is, do you have the gear to get the results that that player got from that speed tune? And you might not, and then there are other factors like, did you recognize the affinity issue? Are you managing the stun target properly? There's all sorts of things that go into a speed tune that the optimizer won't tell you about. It will provide the information you need, but it won't say, hey, for your particular speed tune, this is the top concern. So I've heard that story. I've also heard that story from Deadwood Jedi's site. I picked a tune there that he said would be a 3-key Ultra Nightmare, and for me, it's a 5-key Ultra Nightmare. It's that happens. That absolutely happens. Speed tuning a clan boss team is a skill. It takes a while to get competent at that skill, and it takes a lot longer to master that skill. I am absolutely still working on my mastery of speed tunes.
Or if you've got the substats, it's easy.
Yeah, all you got to do is get good, right? So yeah, I'm sorry that was your experience with it. Don't think that means the tool has no value. I don't want you to think that. But it's frustrating, right? And so what you can say is, oh, maybe the tool isn't as all powerful and all knowing as I originally thought it was, or I had heard the community tell me that it was. Recognize that whatever the tool is, it still needs a craftsperson to use it effectively. And so the mistakes that happened this time, the disappointment that you've had this time, I'm sure there were lessons in that will help you tune another team down the road. And the lessons you learn now will help you get the results that you want later. I like the optimizer. I think it's a great tool. I'm happy that it exists. And it's amazing that HH Gaming has put this tool out there for free for the community. It's incredible. I still try to avoid using it most of the time. Because I don't ever say I don't use it. I use it to get ideas. But then I have to go into the clan boss calculator and start speed tuning, go into my roster, start tweaking, thinking about all the things. Building a new speed tune. I just did a speed tune this week, I guess, right? The Emic Trunk Heart Unkillable speed tune that I just did a few days ago. That was the fastest speed tune I've ever put together. And the interesting thing was I got the idea on my own. And then I looked at Deadwood Jedi's site, and I picked a tune that I thought would work with it. And then halfway through the tune, I was like, I wonder if he already has this tune. It seems like a very simple tune. I bet he's discovered it already. And so then I searched for MX speed tunes, and I'm like, oh, it's right there. It's literally the tune I'm making, or I'm like, okay, that's crazy. The only difference was that he had 3 1-to-1 champions, and I wanted an extra 4-to-3 champion. And so I tweaked my speeds a little bit to get it in line with his. And I was like, oh, that also works. I had slightly different speeds, but I was able to work with his. And I was like, okay, yeah. And then I can show people you can do this tune or this variation of this tune, and that'll work. And the whole thing probably came together in about 48 hours. And I was able to build out all of the champions, get them all tuned, get all the gear that I needed, hit the things. I leveled up Ashma. She was at level 1 4 stars. So I took her to 5 stars. And it took me about 48 hours to put that speed tune together. And I probably worked on it for somewhere between a minimum of 6 hours, maybe a maximum of 10, somewhere in that range, 6 to 10 hours. And this is probably my 15th speed tune. Maybe my 12th to 15th speed tune. And so you get better, and when I look at a guy like Deadwood Jedi, who's done literally hundreds of them, He's done like multiple hundreds of videos just on Clan Boss speed tunes, each one being different. Sometimes he covers the same one again with a different variation. Like the knowledge that he has about speed tuning is so much beyond what I have. But you don't need to be where he is to be able to speed tune. You just have to be willing to start on the journey and fail a bit. And you know, like Sun, I mean, you've now worked your way through 2 full speed tunes, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah, I created my own, and this one is like a 2-to-1. The second one.
Yeah, the first one was a 1-to-1, right? With a 4-to-3.
1-to-1 with 2 champions going 4-to-3. This created for his ally protect and then Ank right for the extension.
And so when we were first doing speed tuning, and we first tried to speed tune that first speed tune for you, it was a headache. I mean, you picked it up pretty quickly, but you were also like, this is like your head was kind of spinning, especially with the calculator,
yeah,
right?
At first it doesn't make sense. I remember the first time I looked at the calculator, I thought, what is this mess PG-13?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on here? But after a while, like you kind of start to see trends in how the speeds work and how they interact. And then after, you know, a lot of it is just, what if I try this? Okay, that didn't work. Let me go back. What if I tried this and this? Okay, that seems to be going in the right direction. And you just keep iterating on that. And yeah, I mean, you'll surprise yourself pretty quick what you can find.
Yeah, but one, you have to be willing to push through the discomfort of just like the visual craziness and discover what that is. And you know, for me, I had to watch a few videos on the Clan Boss calculator until I felt comfortable starting to do a speed tune. And what I actually did for myself is what I've tried to do for my viewers, which is I actually went all the way back. I read the big math paper. I read that. That actually helped. So if you go to Deadwood Jedi site, there's a link. There's also a link in Reddit. You can find this guy. I don't know who he was. He basically wrote like a master's level paper, not a thesis necessarily, but like a high level math paper on the turn meter and Clan Boss. And he created the speed tune categories. And he describes like how the whole mechanic works. And I read that paper. I read it in its entirety. It's, I don't know, it's not like 30 pages, but it's like, I don't know, it's like 15 pages.
I was actually looking at that last night. I just put it in the chat for everybody if you want to find it.
Yeah, it might even be shorter than that. Maybe it's like 10 pages. It feels like 30 pages because it's heavy. Like it's not an easy read, especially if you're not a math person. Yeah. But if you take your time, you know, you can get through it. And I'm proficient in math. I'm math literate, I would say. But you know, there's a limit. You know, I didn't study math in university or anything. So I worked my way through that. That helped. And then what I did for myself, like I said, is what I was trying to do for my viewers, is I started with a 1-to-1 tune. I just put the numbers in it. And I'm like, what does this look like? I'm like, oh, that's what it looks like. And then I sped one champion up and I'm like, what does this look like? Oh, that's what this looks like. Like I didn't even care about the tune. All I wanted to know was, how does the calculator work? How does the fight work? And after reading the paper and doing that, I started to put it all together. And the tool is incredibly powerful. Talk about another powerful tool. You're talking about the optimizer. The Clan Boss calculator, that's a real work of like programming. To get that to work and all the information that has to go into that for every single champion that's in raid, that's crazy. Do you know what I mean? It's a ton of work to get that to work.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah. And so, you know, visually it's confusing and it's not great, but I don't know how you would improve that significantly. I've had some thoughts about how you could change the visual interface to maybe make it a little bit better for people. But realistically, like, it's very good. It's very good. And so I think, you know, that's the other thing. You have to be willing to go in there and dig around, mess around. And again, like, you know, fail on some speed tunes, watch a bunch of videos, keep digging at it. And eventually it'll start clicking for you and you'll get better and better at it. I mean, I'm at the point now where like I do Tuesday takeovers and a lot of people ask for Clan Boss speed tunes. And I'll be honest, like I haven't hit a home run with every single one of them, but I'm starting to like increase my library of speed tunes in my head. I'm like, oh, there are other ways to approach this, you know? And so the more I do it, the more I see there are a lot of solutions out there. There are a lot of solutions, way more than we think. A lot of people are like, oh, well, I need my man-eater and painkeeper. It's like, no, you don't. That's one solution, and it's a good one, and it's a relatively friendly one. But if you don't have those champions, you might still have a roster that allows you to get a solution for clan boss. You just need to dig a little bit more. All right, we got a question here. Labango Talana says, hi, Colred, just pulled a legendary Lady of Ireth from the Sylvan Watchers. Any ideas where I could use her besides Faction Wars? Lady of Ireth is an interesting champion, and it really depends on where your account is. So she is a healer. We were just talking about Rector Draft. Lady of Ireth is a very good healer. On her A1, I'll switch over here. Sorry, all right. So on her A1, she activates continuous heal buffs on all allies with less than 85% HP. If they have more than that, it doesn't waste the continuous heal, which is pretty solid. It is a cleanse here on the A2 on a 3-turn cooldown with a relatively strong heal here. This beefs up to a 48% heal. So you get 20% of 40%. That's 8%. So 48% of their max HP, and it can be critical. This is like our apothecary. So you can get a huge heal out of this. If the target ally is not fully healed, places a block damage buff on them for 2 turns. If the ally is fully healed, fills their turn meter by 50%. Now, this turn meter fill means she's not a clan boss champion. You can't really use her there. If you have a completely untuned team, then yeah, you could maybe put her in there and it would be fine. But realistically, this is just good for maybe like wave content. If you want a tanky team, if you need somebody to bring sustain into your team. She does have a strengthen buff and a continuous heal buff on all allies for 2 turns. This is really good defensively on a 3-turn cooldown. This makes me feel like she's strong into wave content, especially wave content, or potentially even like boss content, where you're going to be taking hits, right? If you're going with sort of a slow grind them down team, this is really nice. You okay there, son?
Yeah, sorry, I'm AFK for a minute.
Okay.
Got the family.
So, good sustain here. Good sustain here. Passive places a shield buff equal to 15% of this champion's max HP on the ally with the lowest HP for 2 turns at the start of this champion's turn. This is on a 1-turn cooldown. And this actually becomes 18% of this champion's max HP when booked out. So you get a passive shield every single turn. Let me just mute his microphone. Don't know what's going on there. Decent stats, okay defense, really good HP, like over 20k HP, almost 1200 defense, 106 speed, which is really nice. Even 40 resistance, which is good because she's a cleanser. So if you need a cleanser, she's great. Not a clan boss cleanser, right? Unless potentially, let's say you're going with a block damage team. If you're going with a block damage team, like to go unkillable, then she could maybe be your cleanser, right? Because like if nobody was taking any damage and they were always at full HP, then maybe this would be predictable enough to be speed tuned. I've never tried it. I don't know exactly how that would work. If the ally is already fully healed, does it count as a heal? And if it does, then it's turn meter 50%. And then you got to figure out how to speed tune in that 50%. And like, if you don't get the block damage up early enough in the first turn, will it even tune? So it's tricky. Probably not a clan boss cleanser. But for instance, could be great for Agrith, right? The spider boss, the nether spider. Could be great for anywhere else that you need to cleanse. And again, you'd want her with high resistance if she's your cleanser. So that built-in 40 resistance is nice. So where would you use her? Any wave content, any dungeon where sustain is key. That depends on your roster. Are you going with a tanky, grindy team? Or are you trying to nuke them out? Or are you going with crowd control? Like, what are you doing? If she's your only sustain on the team and you have like a CC team, that might be enough. That could be good. She doesn't really synergize super well with that team, but she gives you a little bit of security. I probably wouldn't use her in Fire Knight, but maybe you could. right? Like if you had a team that had all its hits necessary to break the shield and you just wanted somebody that had a cleanse to get that slow, like, you know that the Fire Knight's going to get its turns because you're not using turn meter control on the Fire Knight. You're going to have that cleanse. You know, you're going to have that strengthen that's going to reduce the amount of damage you take when the boss goes. But maybe. Could be good in Spider. Provide that cleanse and that heal for your team. A little bit of sustain. You know, could be good there. Absolutely. Get that strengthen buff up, those continuous heals. That means less damage coming in from the Spiderlings. So really, you know, this is not a specialist. Or I shouldn't even say that. Healers as specialists, like Rector Drath. We were talking about Rector Drath. Healers can go everywhere. There's never a fight that doesn't require or couldn't require a healer. Right? So she's very good. She's a very good healer. Now, if you have Scylla the Drakes already, maybe her value isn't that high. If you have Rector Drath already, maybe you don't need a second healer. Or maybe you're like, you know what? I'm going to create teams that can never die by bringing in tons and tons of heals and tanky champions. And then she's very valuable, even if you already have a Scylla the Drake. You know, I run Elva Autumnborn, who's another healer. I run Elva with my Scylla the Drakes. Now, Elva has this passive. Heals each ally by 10% of their max HP at the start of their turn. Scylla the Drakes heals each ally by 10% of their max HP at the start of her turn. So every turn, allies get 20%, right? They're going to get 10 from Syl and 10 from Elva. And it's just a great combo. You also get the continuous heals from Elva. You get the, you know, extra utility from Scylla the Drakes. You get the speed buff and the cleanse from Elva that Syl doesn't bring. Syl brings an AoE stun, so you get crowd control there. You know, it's just like, it's a great pairing. Elva has the increased speed aura, so I can put her in the lead. So you can definitely bring teams with two healers. There's no reason to say you can't. But it just depends on your roster and your philosophy of how to build compositions. But it's not like I would say, oh, she's really good for this fight. You know, she can be good for this fight. She can be good for spiders, but you don't need her. She can be good for, say, Scarab Boss. She can be good for Agrith. She can be good for Griffin Boss. You know, so you have those options. She could be good for wave content. Or you could just put her in the vault and just use her as a faction guardian. And you know what? She'll be great for faction grips. Even at 5 stars, that's a nice thing about supports. Like, she does not need to be 6 stars to be valuable as a support for faction grips. Build her up to 5 stars, get her nice and tanky. She doesn't need accuracy, so you don't care about the banner, right? All you care about is she tanky enough to survive at 50? And most supports like this are. And so if you don't need her elsewhere, she just becomes a really valuable faction crypt champion. So I hope that answered your question. I know it's not a specific thing like, oh, you should put her in this team, but that's the way it works with some champions. Are you back, Sun? All right, Sun is back. Let me get back to chat here for a second.
Yeah, my mic likes to unmute itself sometimes. My apologies. I got the booter staying here while she's in town. She took my the puzzle I'd been working on that I finished. She glued it. She was so excited to show me. I was just trying to make some coffee.
You're gonna hang it on the wall?
Yeah, I already started another one, so, and I've got a third one ready to go.
All right.
Puzzles are good stuff, man.
Kenshin says, I will delete this. What the heck is the Scarab King? He doesn't die, forgets that he just keeps counterattacking. The Scarab King has a mechanic where if any champion that doesn't have a shield hits him, he counterattacks. And when he counterattacks, he can provoke you and poison you. So you need to make sure you have shields up 100% of the time. By far the simplest method for defeating the Scarab King is to have blood shield accessories on all of your champions. When you hit the boss, you get the shield, and then the check for the shield happens afterwards. So it's an automatic, guaranteed, won't be counterattacked. Unless you have something that provides an extra hit in there somewhere, like a blessing. Like if you have Phantom Touch, that doesn't work. That will still activate the counterattack. I think there are some other skills that also do that, but I don't remember all of them off the top of my head. So either you need shields that stay up forever. You know, maybe you have 2 shield champions that swap back and forth. Or you can bring in like shield extenders. So somebody brings in a shield and then you extend it for an extra turn. And then, you know, the boss goes, knocks it down, and then you reapply it. Or you need to bring in blood shield accessories. If you don't do that, defeating him is almost impossible. It is possible. I've seen some teams that do some weird mechanics. Like I know that there's a Geomancer team that like uses the counterattacks to kill him, but I don't know exactly how it works. Again, I don't have Geomancer.
Sorry.
You know, I can't mention Geomancer without you commenting somehow. I just create a little bit of space. And Sun's like, sorry about that, buddy.
It feels bad, man.
Like in the back of it, you know, this subtext is like, I've got him though.
Yeah. I've got the Geo.
It's like,
don't worry, I've got him.
You don't need him, man. I got him. I pulled him at like 70 days. Yeah, I'm at 900 days. I don't have him yet. You got him in 70. But yeah, so there are some other teams, but that you need shields. You just need shields some way or another. There are some rares that you can bring. I think Metal Shaper is the guy that people usually use early game to get past Scarab Boss. If you have 100% uptime on a shield, like you could use even Miscreated Monster we were just talking about. Remember that if you run faster than the boss, you don't necessarily need like a cooldown reduction or a buff extension. You can just make sure that you get it up before the boss goes. But you can't outrun the buffs in this case. So if anybody attacks without the buff, so actually you need your shield champion to be running fast enough that the shield goes back up before your other champions go, not before the boss goes. So yeah. Dark Day Enigma is here. Hello, Sun and Cole and everyone in chat. Hello. Good to see you. Captain Volcano got Dark Athel today. Yeah, we are closing in on Dark Athel. No, we got Dark Athel. We're closing in on Dark Elhain. Yeah. I think Dark Athel is 90 days and Dark Elhain is 120. So we're only a few days ahead of you. Don Kelly says, most times I don't have the gear for the speed tune I look at. That's tricky. That's where the grind comes in, especially, by the way, you know, getting into faction crypts. Get your faction crypts materials because the Forge is a great place to get gear for speed tunes. Because remember, the thing about speed tunes is it doesn't matter. Right, all the other stats don't matter. If you have, no, I'm sorry. If you're looking for an unkillable speed tune, right? Like if you're trying to get a Demytha speed tune and you're trying to get to a 3-1, if she hits the speed, who cares? Like literally doesn't matter if she has 1,000 HP because it's going to be unkillable the whole way through. So the only things that you're worried about there are speeds and then your damage dealers having damage and your masteries on everybody, you know, to make sure that you get all your War Master procs, all your Giant Slayer procs, that kind of stuff. But yeah, so faction crypts are huge for speed tuning. Are there any uses for 3 apothecaries other than faction guardians? Maybe. I don't really think there's a lot of use for multiple apothecaries. You can use 3 apothecaries. Let's say you figure out an apothecary system for Hydra. You could use 3 there. You could have 3 apothecaries in 3v3 arena, like 1 on each team. There's ways to use 3 apothecaries. But the value of apothecary isn't that he's so good. It's that he's so good for his rarity. He's so cheap to build. He's accessible early. He's great in places where you can only use rares, you know, like the secret rooms in Doom Tower. He will always have value for you. But that value isn't multiplied by building more of him. He's kind of like the starter champions in that way. Like when you build a starter champion, like if you start with Kale, I don't know, and then you pull an Elhain, be like, oh, well, I know starter champions are great champions. Let me build both of them. It's like, but they fill the exact same role. And that role isn't valuable in multiples. Like you want to fill your roster with different roles. And that's where the value comes in. So I would say if you have 1 apothecary, you're fine. If you've built 2 already, don't sweat it. You can find a use for that second apothecary. But do not build the third unless you just like wild theory crafting and you want to do funky stuff with your account. Like that's fine. If that's the way you enjoy playing, then absolutely.
3 apothecaries. That's the gotta go fast team, man.
Well, like no, like I wouldn't even if I were trying to find uses.
That'd be so fun.
If I were, but here's the thing: like the second apothecary speeds you up less than the first one.
Yeah, but it'd still be fun.
Well, no, I feel like 3 arbiters would be fun, right? Like, I'm not saying. I guess I shouldn't say that it's not fun. Like, it is fun to go really fast, but my point being that like apothecary brings a 15% turn meter fill and a speed buff. So the second speed buff doesn't matter because it just, it's already up. But maybe you could like now get it to 100% uptime. Now you get a third apothecary. That speed buff is completely wasted because the first 2 will keep it up 100% of the time. Plus, you could use somebody like High Katoon. So if you have a High Katoon, you already have that exact skill in High Katoon and you have it in Apothecary. So if you really want to go fast, you could just put those 2 champions together. And High Katoon has the speed aura. So why would you even bring in a second Apothecary? It's diminishing returns on Apothecary. There are a very few champions I would ever build 3 copies of. Cold Heart might be 1. Inquisitor Shamil might be 1. There are ways you could justify building 3 of those champions. But I don't think it would be a high priority. Like if I built my first Inquisitor Shamil at 6 months, I might build my second one at like 12 months and my third one at like 3 years. You don't need those 3 because by the time you're into the game, like you can 1-key Hydra in every rotation with trash champions because your gear and your champion roster is just so strong. Like you don't even need to put together a speed tune or anything. You don't care that the first, level of Hydra is just so easy for you at that point. So Shamil only really comes into play, say at hard or brutal. Now I might build a third just because why not? Because at this point I can. But again, I'm 2.5 years into the game. So I think multiples of most champions you have to be very careful about and recognize their diminishing returns for every multiple for almost every champion, with the exception of a few. Like I've built 2 Seekers. Oh my God, that's great. I'm so glad I built my second Seeker. Because I have 1 for a Clan Boss speed tune and then 1 that I can put everywhere else. And my Clan Boss speed tune Seeker has to be at like 244 speed or whatever. He has to be there. But my other Seeker, I can run at 290 and in Relentless gear. And that's just crazy for other content. That's great for Doom Tower. That's great for Arena. That's great for all these other places. So having the ability to create 2 builds with 2 copies of the same champion is awesome. Because I don't use them in conjunction. Like I don't put them on the same team except for in faction crypts. Guitar says, I have 2 Legos I feel are completely worthless, but I don't want to be greedy and ask about both. But regarding Elegaius, can you see her providing any worth? Elegaius is not great. I own Elegaius. You can ask about both, by the way. It's fine. Sometimes these answers are short. So let me see. All right, so here's Elegaius in the Undead Hordes faction. Now, Elegaius has a use. It's a very specific use. And it's not a widely powerful use. But there are some places where Elegaius is the perfect champion to take on specific wave content. This A2 puts the targets as a single hitter. It puts one enemy's target's skills on cooldown and then places a block buffs, debuffs for 2 turns. Doesn't feel super powerful, but it's the second part here. If the enemy team has any duplicates of the target champion, we'll also put all their skills on cooldown and place a block buffs, debuff on them for 2 turns. So in the Undead Hordes faction crypts, at some of the top difficulty floors or tiers or stages or whatever, there's a floor that has 3, like you have a wave that has 3 Valkyries. You lock out 1 Valkyrie with this skill, it locks out all 3 Valkyries. And then you don't have to worry about their counterattacks and you just kill them. There are also 2 Martyrs. You can lock them out, there are Doom Tower waves where you have like 2 or 3 Siffies. I think it's 2 Siffies. You have Doom Tower waves where you have multiple Mortu Macabres. You have, Doom Tower waves where you have multiple champions that are just hard to take down, whether, whatever those happen to be. So anytime you run into wave content where there are multiple copies of the same champion, Elagaius is a very niche, powerful champion that can be a solution for that particular thing. In general, he's not good for anything else. He's not awful, but you're going to have better options for almost every situation. Like it's all single target damage. He does have this AoE that has a chance of removing 2 buffs. So he's not awful, but he doesn't hit hard. He's not a damage dealer. So this one skill is the thing that he really brings to the table. And you can use him for that. But I wouldn't like run him up to 6-stars. I run mine at 5. He still does this job at 5. Like, he still locks people out at 5 stars. So you don't need him at 6. Sorry, Wentworth, you said Faction Guardians, not Faction Crypts. Dark Athel isn't good as regular Athel, in my opinion. Dark Athel's okay. She's okay. She's not great, but she's okay. The problem is, I don't think, it doesn't fill a role you particularly need at 90 days. It's like, if you're at 90 days when you pull her, you've either got her role already covered, or she's not enough of an upgrade from the champions that are in the role that you want to build another champion and use all those books. So I've never built a Dark Athel. Selena Feline, good to see you, asks, what can I do with Ray? Ray is really fun. Ray has a buff strip and an AoE freeze on the same skill. She has also got an AoE 1. You can put her in a stun set, and she is wave content god. She's a wave content god. Her buff strip is on a 6-turn cooldown, which sucks. But put her in a stun set, get her moving fast, get her accurate. And yeah, I think she's got all AoEs. She might even have 3 AoEs. I forget, or it's 2 AoEs in the buff strip, which I don't remember exactly. But yeah, I run mine fast, and you can use her in arena. She can be a great arena nuker. You can use her in live arena. I use her in Doom Tower all the time. You can use her in dungeons. She's also got a really good speed aura, I think, for Doom Tower, maybe? It's like 30% or something crazy. Let me take a look. I have her right here. 33% in dungeons. Sorry, it's dungeons, not Doom Tower. So you can use her as a speed lead in dungeons, and she'll help you clear the waves. Yeah, she's got 3 AoEs. She's got an AoE A1 with decreased defense, AoE 2 that inflicts more damage against targets under debuffs. So if you land the AoE 1, she's going to hit harder. And then the AoE 3 removes all buffs and has a 50% chance of placing a freeze, and that books a 70% chance. And like I said, that's on a 6-turn cooldown. So her cooldowns are a little rough, but her stats are good. Her damage is good. She's relatively survivable for an attack-based champion. Like, she's got 1200 defense on an attack-based champion. Her HP pool is a little low at 15k, but like, she's actually decently survivable for an AoE damage dealer. She's a very good champion. She's not god tier, but like overall, I don't think she's god tier. But she's extremely good in wave content, especially in Doom Tower. And in 3v3 arena, she's going to be very strong for you. So, yeah, she used to be S tier, I would say. And now maybe she's like an A+, you know? A little bit of power creep. That cooldown is what keeps her from being S tier, I think. If her cooldown was like 4 turns instead of 6, she'd be S tier. And that's the only thing that she would really need to get back up there. Okay, there's a lot of stuff flying by. A lot of chat here. JB, hello. Good to see you. The Peagle, is that like Seagull, but Peagle? The Peagle says, got the champs to make Deacon Eater now, but if I build him for Clan Boss, he's too slow for Arena. Is it just me, or is there no other champs with turn meter fill and decreased defense? There are no other champs with decreased defense and turn meter fill. Not on the same, like, not in the way the Deacon has it, where you can use it like in back to, like, he gets the extra turn mechanic as well. So you can use it on back-to-back his turns, which means the same turn. Nobody has that. Like in the whole game. He's the only one. The Deacon Eater speed tune is a problem. It's a problem because it's a hard choice to make because of the sacrifice of Deacon. So unless you have a second Deacon Armstrong that you can specifically speed tune for that Clan Boss team, I don't know that anybody would pull him out of their arena team to do that unless they've got their Gold 5 arena solution like settled and they don't use Deacon in wave content or dungeon. Right? I run my Deacon as fast as humanly possible. Right? I think the Deacon on my main account is close to 290 speed. He's like my third fastest champion, and he's all in perception gear, by the way. So he's not even like speed gear, because my speed champs are up at like 320, 330. But I think he's the third. I think he's like my third fastest champion, and he's somewhere in the high 280s or low 290s. And he's got 450 accuracy or something. I'll never pull him out of my arena team to put him in a Clan Boss team. But I recently pulled a second Deacon. And I have looked at that speed tune, and I'm like, it would be a cool speed tune. It would be a good speed tune. So if you have that extra Deacon, then you can start considering that Deacon Eater. The only other reason to consider it is, like I said, if you just have no need for your Deacon Armstrong, if he doesn't play a key role anywhere else, then yeah, then you could build that speed tune. But the good news is, if you have a Seeker, you don't necessarily need to go with that tune, right? There are a lot of Seeker-based speed tunes. So hopefully you can find a different one that works. Even one that maybe uses like Eris or uses not Apothecary, Haikatune. JB Bonnell says, I'm about to build 2 Tyrells for Spider Fire Knight since my only other decreased turn meter champion, Armiger, doesn't work in some levels due to affinity. Only option I can find until Plarium gives me a cold heart. It's a choice. The choice, JB. This is a tough choice. It could work. It's a lot of resources to give up for that one solution. Tyrell's a very good champion. I like Tyrell. I think he's worth building one. Building a second one, I don't know where the other value is, and it feels like a lot of resources for just that. That being said, it may be that getting to Fire Knight 20 or whatever is so valuable for you because you're trying to farm Savage Gear and it's really a sticking point for you and you want that solution, and Tyrell works. And hey, having 2 Tyrells in like Faction Crypts is going to be fine. Having 2 Tyrells for Doom Tower, like Secret Rooms, is going to be absolutely fine. And you're like, that's enough value. Maybe that's enough value. It's not hard to get him to 60. Maybe you have the extra books. And you're like, I just want that Fire Knight solution and I can't get my Cold Heart and it's ticking me off. And so I'm gonna do this, and that's fair. That's completely fair. From a efficiency standpoint, I think Tyrell's been power crept a bit. He's still a very good champion, but having multiple copies feels expensive. As a free to play player, that would feel expensive. If you're not free to play, it might not feel as expensive. So. We got LX here. Hey, everybody. Get to catch some of the stream. Welcome. John Hodgson. Hey. My daughter pulled me 3 Legos with 6 shards. Manaya, Shiramani, and Ultin of the Shell. Are any of them worth investing in? They are actually all worth investing in. The question, like, none of them are God tier. None of them are God tier. They're all good. Let me just run down these 3. I'll do this real quickly. By the way, that's great return on investment. She should pull all your shards.
Yeah.
Let's start with Ultin of the Shell because he's the champion I know the least of because I've never pulled one. Where is he? What faction is he? Sultan of the Shell. He's Skinwalker? Somebody shout it out. Where is he? Sultan of the Shell. Is he a high elf? He's a dark elf. Okay. So this is the guy I know the least. We'll check out his kit. Very high attack, base attack. Double hitter A1. Each hit has a 30% chance of placing decreased defense. Oh, he's Oela's duo. Right. I remember this guy. Each hit will also ignore 50% of the target's resist if Oela is on the same team. If the target is already under an increased defense buff, each hit has a 100% chance when booked of removing it. Not increased defense instead, but yeah, okay. So decreased defense applied, increased defense removed. Self-cleanse heals this champion by 20% of their max HP for each debuff removed, which can be huge. Places a shield buff on this champion. Finally attacks one enemy. I like that they put the word finally here. You don't normally see that in the skill description. Finally, he attacks one enemy. Will ignore shield buffs. Damage increased by 20% for each debuff removed by this skill. Attacks all enemies on his A3. Has a 100% chance of placing a sleep debuff for one turn. Will ignore 50% of the target's resist. Fills this champion's turn meter by 15% whenever a sleep debuff. And then passive. Yeah. So this guy feels potentially usable maybe in Sand Devils, Necropolis. It's a little funky. A little bit funky. If you had OL, it might get some extra value out of him. Not sure how I feel about this guy. Yeah, like I said, I know him the least. I feel like he's okay. That's my impression. We can look at the reviews real quickly. Doesn't review well. All right, so out of the three, he's probably the least valuable. At least the community thinks so. Let's take a look at the other two. So the other two are actually solid. I'm sorry, just a second. We're not going to pull shards today. Yeah, we're not pulling shards. Neither one of us is pulling sacred shards. We're both waiting on the Christmas fusion, and we want to save up our sacred shards in case we can make it for the Christmas fusion. So we're going to skip this 2-time sacred, and we'll, you know, if we still can't get the fusion, we'll pull our 2-time sacreds next time, maybe. Okay, so I'm sorry. The other two were Manaya and Shiramani. So Manaya is Sacred Order, I believe. Maybe she's Bannerlords. Bannerlord, right? Yeah, there she is, Bannerlord. All right, so she's pretty solid as well. She's got a nice ally speed aura battle. I always look for all battles, right? Because that's always great. Having that speed aura. She is sort of strange because she's kind of a support champion. You know, continuous heals here. She has this hit that heals this champion and the ally with the lowest HP by 10,000 HP. So it doesn't matter. It's always 10,000. Has a 100% chance of placing heal reduction debuff on all enemies for 2 turns, which is a little weird on, you know, a single target attack. The A3 heals all allies by 40% of their max HP, places a block debuffs buff for 2 turns on champions under increased defense buffs. So this block debuffs, which is up for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, can be very useful in a lot of places. If a champion is fully healed by this skill, places a shield, also decently useful. Now, this passive fills the turn meter of all allies by 20% when this champion is killed. You don't normally care about this. the reason that Manaya is typically built is because she is the duo of Coronar. All right, so she's okay on her own, maybe a little bit weak on her own. You can see the base speed at 111, very fast, good HP, right? She has that aura, so she's okay. But if you can get her in with Coronar, who I think he's either a Skinwalker or he's he might be, there he is. He's a Skinwalker. All right, so this is the duo. Now, where's the passive? Okay. This passive counterattacks when hit by enemies under these debuffs. Always counterattacks when hit if Manaya is on the same team. He counterattacks with this A1, which is an AoE that has a 50% chance of decreasing each target's turn meter by 5%. So he's constantly counterattacking, and he's constantly reducing turn meter. He attacks all enemies 2 times instead of 1, and the chance of decreasing each target's turn meter increases to 100% if Manaya is on the same team, and the damage of each hit will be decreased by 50%. So he hits for the same damage, but he's got 2 hits now, so he can decrease more turn meter. And so you put them together and they can become highly annoying because she's constantly healing and keeping everybody alive, and he's constantly counterattacking and debuffing everybody and reducing their turn meter. So he's got this decreased attack, he's got a decreased defense, he's got an AoE. Is this an AoE provoke? It is an AoE provoke, block debuffs, increased defense on himself. So like the duo is extremely powerful. So she's okay on her own. I would say maybe better than Ultin of the Shell, but not a lot. And then with Coronar, the duo is very powerful. Now, Shiramani is one of my favorite champions. I have a soft spot for her. She was the first legendary I ever fully booked out. Where is she? She's around here somewhere. Here she is. Old school. She got buffed about a year ago, maybe a little bit longer. She's a freeze champion. She has this AoE A3 that has a 100% chance when booked of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown. But it fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each attacked enemy. Doesn't have to be a crit. It could be a weak hit. Doesn't even matter. However many champions are on the board that she's attacking, she gets 10% turn meter. So against Spider, you get 100% turn meter. Against any wave content where you have 5 enemies, she gets 50% turn meter. So even though this is on a 4-turn cooldown, it's actually sort of like a 3.5-turn cooldown or maybe faster, right? She's got a nice chunky heal. Heals 1 ally by 50% and all other allies by 20% of their max HP, and places a continuous heal buff for 2 turns on targets that get to full HP after the heal. So you can have a lot of healing put out by this champion. And then her A1 is a triple hitter. It is 3 random hits. Each hit has a 25% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn. So this was buffed from 15% chance to 25% chance. And the A3 was buffed from a 5-turn cooldown. I'm sorry, 6-turn cooldown to a 5-turn cooldown. And then with the book, you can get it down 1 more. Good speed at 104, good defense, good attack, good HP. Not short on stats at all. Doesn't have any base accuracy, which is the only thing that maybe is a little bit frustrating. The A3 hits hard, by the way. So if you build her for attack, she hits hard. Or you could just build her super tanky with a lot of accuracy and make her a crowd controller and healer. Incredibly good champion. Really undervalued. Not talked about nearly enough. Great against Fire Knight, both for normal Fire Knight and hard Fire Knight. Right? I mean, she's got 3 chances to place a freeze on her A1. She's got an AoE freeze on her A3. Great for wave content. Awesome in Doom Tower. Phenomenal in Doom Tower. Good against bosses that have minions. Right? I said I built her as my first legendary, and the reason was that my first 2 legendaries were the twins, with Shiramani and Yannicka. Now, Yannicka is solid. She's a good damage dealer. But back then, when I got her, she was considered the worst legendary in the game. They also buffed her. They gave her a huge buff later on. So I got her, and I was all excited to get her. She was my first legendary. And then I did some research on her, and they're like, "Oh, this is an awful champion. Don't build her." So I didn't. And then my second legendary was Shiramani. And I love tanky champions. I love crowd control champions. I love healers. Like, I love that style of play. And so I put her on a team with Seeker and Padma, both of whom are fairly defensive oriented. And between the speed and the provokes and the freezes and the buff strips and the decrease attacks and the increase attacks and all that. Like those 3 champions just carried me for the early game. And it was awesome. But I still use her today. I use her all the time. She's not a Hydra clan boss champion. She's not a Demon Lord clan boss champion. But you can use her in every dungeon. Every dungeon. She's good in all 4 dungeons. You can use her in Doom Tower waves, and you can use her in Arena. I used her forever in Arena. She's awesome in Arena. If you have her at like 400, 500 accuracy, I mean, having an AoE freeze, and remember, she's fast. It just gives you another option for like shutting other teams down. I wouldn't use her as like a main Arena champion, probably. Unless I was really early game, then I would. But yeah, having any champion that has a 100% chance to land a CC, a hard CC, freeze or stun. Like those are rare. She is affinity based, so she'll weak hit into spirit. So you have to be aware of that. But otherwise, almost no weaknesses for this champion. She's so good. She's so good. So out of the 3, I think this is by far the best of the 3. If you have Coronar, Manaya is almost like he's so strong that getting that duo together is worth 6-starring her and booking her out and doing all that stuff. You might even be able to run her unbooked because it's more like she's giving those passives to Coronar. And then Ultimate of the Shell, I think you'd have to do a little bit more research, and I can't really help you as much. But it feels like, just based on the review of the kits we just did, that this is the champion that would be the best. And for instance, when you look at valuable champions, like we can get you Carl for free. And this guy is highly regarded. Most people think Yukarl is a very good champion, right? And if you look at his A3, this has a 75% chance of placing a freeze on an AoE. It changes to 100% against targets with 75% more or more turn meter. So it's a conditional 100%, right? But it starts at 75%. And again, this debuff cannot be resisted by targets with 75% or more. So there's that added bonus that Shiramani doesn't have. And this is on a 4-turn cooldown, same as hers. The only difference here is that he won't weak hit. But hers is actually more reliable, right? Because it just starts at 100%. There's no condition that you have to meet to get it to 100%. This is tricky to use these extra conditions. It's tricky to make sure that you can use the 100%. It's tricky to make sure that you can use the can't be resisted component. So realistically, when you're building him, you still need to build him with enough accuracy to make sure it lands. Yeah. So if Yukarl the Scourge is a good champion, then Shiramani is a good champion. And I think they're both very good champions. And you look at his speed, 95. Her base speed was 104. He gets the 10 accuracy, but 10 accuracy is not enough to make the difference. He's also a lot squishier than she is. She had a lot more HP, a lot more defense. He hits harder. He's more of a nuker who does freezes, whereas she's more of a support who does freezes, right? But yeah, and those heals can be so good. Pair her up with Scylla of the Drakes. If you have your Scylla of the Drakes, I love this combo. I use this combo a lot. Think about it this way. Shiramani's got an AoE freeze on a 4-turn cooldown, right? It's got a massive heal on a 3-turn cooldown. It's got additional heals on the A1. Nice stats, really tanky, really fast. And then you pair her with Scylla of the Drakes, and what do you get, in that combo? And it's like, oh, well, now I've got another AoE. Now, this is only a 35% chance to land a stun, right? But this is on a 3-turn cooldown, so it comes around a little bit more often. So you use the freeze. As the freeze is wearing off, you throw the stun, right? The stun doesn't hit everybody, so you get hit a little bit. You got 2 champions to heal yourself back up. You've got slows on the A1 here, right? You've got freezes on the A1 on the other champion. It's a CC combo and healing combo that keeps your team alive and keeps the other team just locked down. It's such a good combo, right? So if you're going tanky and you're going crowd control, Shiramani slots right in next to Scylla of the Drakes. It's a power duo. It's great. Throw in another tanky champion that grinds through their waves like Artak. We were talking about Artak and Scylla of the Drakes before. That triple threat, walk you up Doom Tower hard. No problem. Just walk you through Doom Tower hard. Right? I mean, there'll be floors that you'll have to find other solutions for. But it's like out of the 120 floors in Doom Tower Hard, I would probably run that trio through 105 of them. You know, assuming you had the stats that you needed, you know, you had the accuracy and the speed that you needed. I mean, that trio would just churn through Doom Tower. Throw your Carl in there, by the way. Get another CC champion. Or just get more speed. You know, have a lead like Haikatoon. Just pump that speed. You know, we were talking about Ray before. Throw Ray in there. You got another 100% freeze chance. Now that one's on a 6-turn cooldown. You got AoEs, you got a stun set. Those 4 champions with Deacon Armstrong in your lead. You get the speed aura, the turn meter fill, the turn meter decrease, drop defense. Churn. You just hit auto ascend, you know, or whatever, that auto progress, and who cares? You come back in a half an hour and you've cleared your 9 floors. Shermani's a beast. She needs more love. Son, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I think I've got Spider 20 on farm. Except for when my Geomancer died like he just did.
You've got without Skrank.
Yeah, it's apparently not the highest success rate. I won like 4 or 5 of them, and then I lost 1 or 2. So
yeah.
All right, let's see if it goes a little bit better this time. But yeah, so far without Skrank, I can at least beat Spider 20, and this is me just trying to get it down to where it'll auto. If I don't auto it, I could probably just manual it.
Yeah. Alex says, hey, Cole, I see you pulled the second Arbiter the other day too. Yeah, that was a really interesting pull. I'm not sure how I'm going to use that champion yet. I was talking to Sun earlier about that second Arbiter. Now, second Arbiter is really good. It's one of the few, you know, I would say few. I don't know how many champions in the game are worth building a second copy to 6 stars. And like fully booking out and build, you know, it's like I would say maybe 10% of the champions. You're like, well, what if you pulled double Acrizia? I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. But the question is, how much does that gain you, right? Like, would you use her in conjunction with the first Acrizia? Would you build them in 2 separate builds to use them in different places so you didn't have to keep swapping gear back and forth? Like, how much value? Because like Acrizia by herself clears your Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. You don't need a second Acrizia to do that. You know, maybe you want Acrizia in 2 different Hydra Clan Boss teams, I guess. But it's like, do you need one at Brutal? If you've got one at Nightmare, do you need one at Brutal as well? It's like the value added is questionable, right? Like, it's not that having a second one wouldn't add some value. It's that would getting a different champion instead potentially add more value. And so I would say, you know, maybe 10% of champions are worth building a second 6-star out of. And they're not the most valuable champions. It's not like you need a second Duchess. Do you know what I mean? Like, Duchess may be one of the most valuable champions of the game. Do you need 2 of them? Do you need 2 Siffies? Like, you could. It could be cool. You could mess around with it. You can find some fun builds. And there would be added value. But the question is, how much added value? Arbiter is one of those champions who's sort of in the middle of that group where I think like 3v3 arena, clearly having a second potential speed lead for 3v3 arena is good. Now, it's not just the aura, it's the 30% turn meter fill and increase attack. That is the skill that you actually need because you have the 28% speed aura from Wukong. You have the 33% from Lord Cesar. Like, you can get that speed aura from other people. But you can't get that 30% turn meter fill and increase attack from anybody else. There's nobody else who does it, right? So, no, I'm sorry, Seeker does it. Seeker is the only other champion that does it, I think. So, but he doesn't have the speed aura. What just happened?
Good question. What did happen?
You just put up a banner.
Oh, you know what? It's the hotkeys.
Gotcha.
On OBS. That was me messing around with the NOOB versus Pro. Hey, look at that. Look. I can switch to it. It's a little countdown timer and everything. It's nice.
Counting down to what?
Counting down to, well, this would be like a starting the stream, screen.
Yeah, that would be good.
All right.
Yeah, we could use that.
The chat can tell us. I think it's pretty nice.
It is nice.
Probably it's not in the right position, it looks like, but hey,
Oh, it's fine. But yeah, so I do think Arbiter has extra value. But the nice thing about having an extra Arbiter is you can potentially run her unbooked. You do not have to put any legendary tomes into your second Arbiter. Right? Because if you're just using her as a speed lead in Arena, she does all of that job without any books. She doesn't need books. Like, the whole purpose is to have a one-shot team. To go first, win your speed race, buff your nuker, destroy the enemy team. So you can build a second Arbiter for relatively cheaply. All you need to do is get her to 6 stars. And then the other thing that I was thinking is you can potentially run 2 in live Arena. You put both up, and if they ban one, you have the other one. If they don't ban either, you have 2 turn meter fills, which means you can run your nukers super slow. And you can just bring in 2 nukers. You don't need to bring in another, like, you could bring in a nuker that has like a drop defense or a weaken if you want. You could bring in somebody like a Skull Crown, or you could just go nuke, right? So it's kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not saying that's the optimal way to play it. I'm just saying that's a possibility that you could mess around with. You could even build like a PvE and a PvP Arbiter. So it's something to think about. I'm not 100% sure what I'll do. I will run her up to 6 stars. I know that. I will run her up to 6 stars. I probably won't book her, and I'll probably get her onto a 3v3 arena team. And then we'll see what happens. Because my bottleneck is not getting 6-star champions. I have like 25 5-star chickens just sitting in my vault, or sitting in my tavern, whatever it's called. So getting another 6 star is not going to be hard. The other thing is there is a clan boss speed tune that includes Arbiter. Now for that, I would have to book her. But potentially that might be a way to free up some of my champions. Because I really, really need to unlock Cardiel. I need to get him out of that speed tune. I want to get my... who's my other champion? I would like to get Helicath faster too. So I want to create a Demythus speed tune. So if I can create a Demythus speed tune using Elva or using Lydia or using Arbiter, and it doesn't suck up my Deacon Armstrong, then that's the goal.
Mitty says you can't win if you don't play.
That's true.
That's true. You also can't lose if you don't play.
Shooter says, the problem with a second Arbiter and Tag Arena is, do you really have the gear to make 2 speed teams work? It's weird, but I actually think it's easier to get 2 speed teams to work than to get 1 faster. Like, you hit a ceiling, right? Like my Arbiter is pushing up to 350 speed. I cannot get another 5 speed out of her. I can't do it. Like, it takes me 6 months to get 5 additional speed out of that Arbiter. Because now I'm looking for quad rolls of speed. I have to get I have like 2 pieces of gear that are doubles. So I have to either get triples or quads in those gear pieces in the right sets, or I have to get quad rolls on my other pieces in the right sets. Only speed set or divine speed. Those are the only 2 sets that matter. But I have another set of gear that can get to 315. Right? So I could run one speed, like, go first team at 350 and one go first team at 315. And chances are that would be fast enough. Like, 315 would get me a second go first team in 3v3 arena that I think would be very successful. I'd have to be careful. I'd have to know which team was my faster team. I couldn't confuse the two because you have to pick your targets accordingly. But I actually think getting a second speed tuned team, it would be a lot easier than making my first team faster. And the other thing is, like, if I do speed up my 345, say, Arbiter up to 350, like, eventually I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to disconnect. And so getting my nuker to the speed that I need and maintaining his damage is actually getting harder. I was able to get like another 4 or 5 speed onto my Genbo, but realistically, I can't go much faster with my Genbo than I'm going right now and maintain my damage. Like I would have to switch him into speed boots. I'd have to get him out of attack percentage boots, or I'd have to like get really lucky on substat rolls in like Savage or something. Which is one of the reasons why I'm excited about Dark Fae, because I can farm. What is it? Is it Instinct gear or whatever it is that Dark Fae allows you to farm? That is the speed plus ignore defense. I'm sorry. Let me look. It's yeah, it's Instinct. No, it's not Instinct. It's lethal.
Yeah, Instinct is the pass gear, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the gear I would like. That's really the gear I would like. Would be more Instinct, but Dark Fae gives you lethal, and lethal also helps because it gives you 10% crit rate, so you could potentially like pull back on some of the substats for crit rate and get those in speed, and that might get me a little more speed there. So, you know, getting faster on my main team is really getting difficult. But you know. So I don't know. I don't know about the second Arbiter. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Bill says, if you have two Duchesses, build two, one fast, the other's tanky as possible. Duchess is one of those that's worth it. Probably right. But I mean, the question again is, where do you pull that second one? You know, like when did you pull that second one? Because added value is always reduced on the second copy. But again, some champions are just worth it. And Duchess is so valuable. But like I said, I think Duchess, for instance, brings more valuable in a second copy than a Chrysia does. You know, you talk about like Yumiko. Like Yumiko is super valuable the first time. She's also super valuable the second time. Right? Like, but there aren't that many champions that are like that. Most of the times when you get the second champion, the value is reduced. But maybe Duchess is one of those that you have a lot of value from the second copy. I think Arbiter is not at the top of that list, but I think she's on the list somewhere where she's worth building two of. Guitar says, for the question I had earlier, Bystofis was my second Lego. And as a bonus, does Lugan have something he excels at? I see potential, but can't quite find a permanent place. All right, so let me see.
Just as a quick note, Cole, whenever you're done with this question, I've got one for you.
Okay. So I don't know Bystofis enough to give you a good read on that. I've never pulled him. I've never built him. So you could probably find better guides. Maybe even people in chat would be able to give you more information. I don't know. As far as Lugan is concerned, Lugan is buildable as a solution for Scarab Boss. So let me actually switch over here. So here's Lugan, right? So this A1 places a shield buff on the champion equal to 10% of the max HP for 2 turns. And heals all allies by 25% of the damage inflicted. He's one of the champions that can solo Scarab Boss. Good HP pool, okay defense, decent speed. So like literally can be built pretty well, pretty effectively. And you don't technically need books, right? Because the A1 just happens. The books just get damage. Now you do have this increased defense and ally protect. So he's valuable for this as well. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. You'll notice that the increased defense on himself goes up for 3 turns. The ally protection is for only 2 turns. And then you have an AoE that has a block active skills for 2 turns, and this is a 100% chance. So you can use him in a lot of places, actually. But he's not fantastic. Like, he's not fantastic in all these places. If you look at the reviews, you'll see he's got pretty solid reviews in most places, but not a lot that jump out. Faction Wars is always going to be higher than everything else. You know, so you're like, okay, campaign locations, you know, Demon Lords, okay. Like, these are all okay. So he's okay, but he's not really specialized enough to be a top specialist, and he's not quite versatile enough to be a use him everywhere champ and get value that way. So I would say if you need a very specific solution for Scarab Boss, you can build him in a destroy set, let him go to town, just turn off all his other skills, let him A1 the thing to death. And he can do the highest levels of Scarab Boss that way. You know, he could do Doom Tower hard scare boss, no problem. The other thing would be if you wanted to have a lockout champion in arena, you could use the block active skills. This is actually pretty nice in arena if you build him that way. You will need to book him out. It's a lot of books, right? You need to land at least 5 books into this skill out of the 6. And remember that, you know, you've got these other books that you could potentially also hit. The ally protection and increased defense is not bad for clan boss, but you don't need it in arena, and you don't need it against scarab boss. You know, so that's sort of my point. Like, he's got a kit that works in a couple of places, but it doesn't all work together in that place. You're basically using the A1 against scarab. You're basically using the A2 against clan boss. You're basically using the A3 in arena, and you don't care about the other skills in those places. So he's a weird champion. I wouldn't necessarily recommend building him out unless one of those feels particularly useful to you. Probably the block active skills could be like, that could be really good. If you have a Rhonda, I don't know. This is an AoE. Rhonda's is a single target. So like this is valuable. If you're really hurting for an ally protection champ, but there are epics that do this job as well or better. So yeah. I'm sorry about Bystofus. I don't know him that well. Is he undead? Is that where Bystofus is? No, maybe he's is he Knights Revenant? It's Knights Revenant. Okay. Block active skills, true fear, AoE, block active skills. Oh, here's another one. He's also a block active skills champ. Oh, no, never mind. Inflicts a critical hit against targets under block active skills. So this is his block active skills. This is on a 4-turn cooldown. 100% chance. Also decreased defense. So this would be better than Lugan's, right? Arguably better than Lugan's. His attack stat is ridiculous at 1795. I don't know if anybody has a higher attack stat. So potentially he hits really hard. But he's also a debuffer. You know, they have him as listed as an attack champion, but he is a debuffer. If you need an arena nuker, he's got 2 AoEs. This is kind of interesting. So it's weird. If this had an extra turn mechanic, I'd be like, this is insane. But so he could land this, and then he gets an automatic crit. So you could build him without crit rate. And then you could just pump his crit damage, and his attack percent or his attack number is so high that maybe he just nukes the heck out. But it's like a 2-turn setup. You know, it's like a 2-turn deal. You can't just do it in 1 turn unless you bring in a different champion that brings the block active skills. You know, and then you can potentially just build him with 15% crit rate.
A lot of people are saying his multipliers are
trash. Yeah, I'm sure they have to be. They have to be awful multipliers because otherwise that stat is so ridiculous, you know? So yeah, I mean, I don't know him. I don't come up against him in arena enough to really worry about him. Like, I've never come up against a Bystofus where I'm like, oh my God, Bystofus, I don't want to fight this fight. Never happened. So again, they seem like weird champions. They seem like they don't quite fit right. You know, they're oddly shaped. if you want to call it that. Their kits are oddly constructed. So yeah, wish I had better news for you or better information. Okay, Sun, you had a question?
It wasn't actually my question. You'd missed one in the chat, and the person was a little sad you did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Fires asked the question. Would like to ask about Sky Touched Shaman. Do you know anything about her? I copied and pasted the message and it's messed up. I built her for cleanse and heals for Hydra, but I feel like she has more potential that I don't know about.
Okay. I will try to answer your question as best I can. My feeling is that Sky Touched Shaman is overrated.
Sick burns.
She's well regarded by some content creators. Some content creators really love her. And if you've already built her and you want to maximize her value and optimize her, you should go watch those content creators' videos on her. There are a few of them out there. I think Ash is one of them who really loves Sky Touched Shaman. I'm not 100% sure it's Ash, but I think it's Ash. And I know there are a couple of others. Now, she has value. I'm not saying she doesn't have value. I think she's overrated for a couple of reasons. One is I think she's complicated. She works differently than other champions that work. So you have to account for that, and that can be a little bit tricky. And then it probably requires a lot of experimentation to get her properly kind of situated. And for a free-to-play player like me, I'm like, that's too much. Unless I knew that she was perfect for something, I wouldn't build her, because it's just like she's not going to be super versatile, or she's not going to like fit easily into a bunch of different compositions. And as a free-to-play player, I want a lot of versatility out of my champions. So I'm not saying she isn't. I'm not saying she can't be. I'm just saying that's my impression. So the A1 is an AoE. There's always value in that. Heals by 15% of the damage inflicted if this champion has less than 50% HP, and we'll get into her passive in a second. So if she has less than 50% HP, her AoE heals her by 15% of the damage inflicted. She's not a damage dealer. I don't know that that's a big heal. Probably not. Also boosts this champion's turn meter by 20% instead if this champion has 50% HP or higher. So she gets more turn meter if she has a lot of HP. So right away, you can't speed tune her into a clan boss team. Can't do it. It's not possible. So that reduces the value here. I'm also looking at 5 books that do nothing but increase damage on a support champion. I don't like that either. All right, let's look at the A2. Removes all debuffs from all allies, then places a block debuffs buff and a revive on death buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. This is great. This is awesome. It's a cleanse with a block debuffs and a revive on death. Here's the problem with this. This is on a 4-turn cooldown. You can get cleanses that are just pure cleanses on a 3-turn cooldown. There are a lot of them that are on a 4-turn cooldown. You could get somebody like Runekeeper Dastric has his on a 4-turn cooldown that also gets a nice big heal. Block debuffs, revive on death, and cleanse all on one skill. Extremely powerful, but on a 4-turn cooldown. So, can be tricky to potentially use this maybe as a... It's not bad. It's not bad, but potentially you're using it as one or the other. Maybe the revive on death doesn't play. It's a very powerful skill. This is the same skill, by the way, that like Cardiel has. He's a void legendary. The only difference between Cardiel and Skytouch Shaman in terms of this skill is that Cardiel's revive on death is protected, can't be removed. But so very powerful skill. If you want it all in the same ability, then great. So this is the passive, and this is where it gets weird. Damages this champion by 10% of their max HP at the start of each turn. So it just takes 10% damage, like, of their max off the top. Heals all allies except this champion equal to half of this champion's current lost HP. Now, this reads weirdly. From what I understand, what this means is the sum of all the HP they've ever lost, like this champion's ever lost. So if they lose 50% and heal back up and lose 50% and heal back up and lose 50% and heal back up, it's 150%. So this heal can keep getting stronger. Now, I'm not exactly sure, again, because I haven't used this champion in that way, but that's how I've understood it from the content creator videos that I've watched. So this heal actually gets bigger. So it's not based on the current missing HP, but the maximum amount of HP that's been removed over the fight. Places a decreased speed debuff on this champion for 1 turn at the start of each turn, so slows herself down. Also has a 50% chance of placing a fear debuff on this champion for 1 turn, so will fear herself. Now, those can be blocked. You have a block debuffs right here. You can block those. I think they can be cleansed as well. So like you have to account for these, which again is what makes her tricky to use. She's relatively tanky. She's fast. From what I understand, her damages this champion by 10% of their max HP at the start of each turn can kill her. She can kill herself based on that. So she's supposed to be a very powerful healer. She has this incredibly powerful A2. Tricky to use. A lot of books that are not particularly super valuable. You want these cooldown books. These cooldown books are incredibly important. These healing books would be okay. These damage books, almost useless, right? Yeah, I mean, you can do different things with her. You could, I assume you could put her in a regen set. That might make her really tanky and survivable. And then you get a lot of heals, and then you get hurt, and then the heals get bigger, and then it makes everybody more survivable. You're supposed to be a very, very strong healer. Weird, wonky kit. A lot of inefficiency in the kit. A lot of things you have to account for in the kit. Can't just plug and play her in as a healer the way you could like a Rector Drath, right? Can't just plug and play her in as a healer and a cleanser the way you would Runekeeper Dazzdirk. Can't just, plug her in and play her the way you would use a cleanser with a block debuffs like a Pythion. You have to account for all of the aspects of her kit. And if you like her and it makes sense to you, she's supposed to be really good. I actually really don't like her. I really don't like this champion. I wanted to like her. I did. When I watched the first video about her, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then I was like, oh man, this is just a headache. Every tune I put her into has to be a headache. Why? Like every composition I have to put her into has to be a headache because I have to figure out how to deal with this decreased speed, this fear. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like slowing her down could be good. Why? Because then it's like she damages herself less often, but you want the heal. So why do you decrease her speed? So then we have to account for the decreased speed, either in the composition or with the cleanse or with the block debuffs. Running around auto, you got to figure out the AI every time. I don't know. That's my feeling anyway. I don't like her. I don't like her. She's got a cool outfit though. That headdress is kind of cool. All right. Son, are you in live arena again?
Who, me? Why, yes. Oh, the wickets. That was an unfortunate mistake. In fact, it was a classic mistake. I just beat this guy, but I had my Brogni, and now he has banned my Brogni.
We've got people here who says Skytouch is one of the best Bommel supports as well as Iron Twins. She's worth investing in, my guy. And then we've got Shooter says Skytouch is crazy in Iron Twins. And then Mayhem Monkey says I respectfully disagree, Colred. And it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. I always say this, like I'm looking at these champions through a particular lens, and that's part of that lens, part of that perspective is how I choose to play the game. What kinds of champions I gravitate towards, what kinds of solutions I find appealing, because there are multiple solutions. I would almost always rather find like a tanky solution or like a clever solution, something that's kind of, I don't know, like a synergistic solution, like I like those. I like super versatile champions. I like efficiency in my champions. And so that champion doesn't appeal to me. Like I said, and I even in my description, I said a lot of people like this champion and a lot of people can get value out of this champion. And you should go watch a content creator who feels that way if you like the champion. Because I don't have enough positive experience with that champion to support somebody's decision to go build the champion. I wouldn't say don't. That's not something I would say for this particular champion. This is not a bad champion. I just don't like her. Alex says, yeah, other creators' gear is friggin' god tier on her. Anybody could be in that gear. Us lowly mortals don't have that option. So yeah, she's definitely overrated and you need to put her in immunity. Yeah, that's possible. That is possible. I mean, one of the things, like anytime I watch an Ashe video, anytime I watch it, and I love Ashe. I think he's great. And I like his videos and I like him. I think he's a really good content creator. But anytime I watch an Ashe video, I always look at his stats. And I'm like, oh my God, the stats he's got on is just like, it's like, yeah, you want to get this champion to like 95,000 HP. I'm like, dude, 75,000 HP is hard. Same thing with HH. Like every time now, Hell Hades does this thing, which I actually did sort of in a video this week, which is he pulls gear off of champions. Like he'll run them with like, 5 pieces of gear, or he'll run them without like a banner or a ring or something to try to lower the stats back down to like free to play levels. And I appreciate the attempt. I do. I really appreciate that. And I do think it's valuable that he's trying to see the perspective of players who don't have his gear. He knows he has God tier gear. He knows it. He's trying to address that fact. Right? But God tier gear doesn't exist in a single piece. It exists in your collection of gear. So what he's done is he's chosen, let's say, 5 pieces that still hit the stats he needs. And then he takes one, he doesn't use a 6th piece. So in a way, he's actually saying, look at me, I could get the stats with only 5 pieces of gear. Like, that's sort of what he's saying. I know he's not intending to say that. What he's saying is you don't need the stats that I can reach. It's like, but you still need the stats that work. And he can do it with 5 pieces of gear instead of 6. I can't even do it with 6 pieces of gear. I can't reach those stats. I can't reach the stats that HH has and Ash has. Like, they pull off a banner and a ring and boots, and they're faster than I am with all of that stuff on. I'm like, it's like, you just need to run this guy at 265 speed, 100% crit rate, 300% crit damage, 450 resist, 500 accuracy, and, 50k or 70k HP. I'm like, what? Is that possible? Does gear go up that high? I'm like, there's no way. It's like, I can reach any one of those stats. Maybe I can reach any 2 of those stats, but I can't reach all 5 of those stats. There's no way. And if I did, it would take my entire, I would have to strip gear off of champions that need to be built well in other places. Like, there's just no way to do it, So I appreciate the attempt, but every time I see it, I'm also like, so you're telling me you can reach the stats with a half naked champion? That's great. Like, your gear is so much better than mine. It's not even, it's like, tiers above my gear. Shooter says, but in most videos, it's just about showing how a champ or a boss strat works. The concept most of the time stays the same and can be replicated with lower stats. That's really important. That is true. And in fact, that's usually my response to the comments I get sometimes when people talk about my level of gear. On my main account, my level of gear is going to be better than a lot of players, who haven't been playing for at least, let's say, a year and a half or 2 years, or aren't big spenders. If you're a mid to low spender and you've been playing for a year or less, my gear is just better than yours. And it's just an accumulation of time, right? And all the energy I've put into it. It's not about luck. It's just about numbers. It's the numbers game. So that being said, I don't really show stats. I don't care about stats. I don't say, you need 70,000 HP on this champion, or you need, 255 speed. I will mention those stats if it's necessary for the fight. So, for instance, the Ultra Nightmare clan boss runs at 190 speed. If you want to go faster than that, you need to run at 191. It's like, if you want to run slower than that on the first turn, you run at 185 or whatever. And it's like, that number is relevant. But in most cases, I just talk about the concept behind the build. If you want to build a poisoner, this is how you build a poisoner in terms of priority of stats. So if you can get your poisoner to 250 accuracy, you can land those poisons on Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. Anything over that is for other purposes. Maybe higher in Doom Tower, where the resistance gets higher. Or, if you're using a champion who's a debuffer in Arena and you want more accuracy, that's fine. I mention the stats from time to time, but I never focus on my champion's stats because I honestly don't know what they are. I just know whether or not the champion works. Right? There are a couple of stats that matter. Like, I was talking about my Arbiter before. She runs at 340 something speed. She's fast. That's what matters. I win the speed race most of the time. If I could get another 5 speed out of her, I would win more speed races. If I could get another 20 speed out of her, I would win a ton more speed races. But the actual number matters less than the relative number, right? And that can be derived experimentally, empirically. If I just go into Arena and I'm constantly losing speed battles, she's not fast enough. If I'm constantly winning speed battles, she's fast enough. That's it. That's the reality of the situation. If you put your solo champion into Dragon 20 and they fail 70% of the time, then they don't have the stats they need. What stat do you want to boost? Well, what kind of solo champion are you running? I'm running a regen and immortal set, kind of like, regen solo champion. All right, so prioritize speed and HP, because the faster you go, the more turns you go, the more heals you get. Or HP, because the higher your HP, the bigger the heals that you get. And you're less likely to be one shot, right? Because that's the thing. Like, if you only have 30,000 HP, it doesn't matter how fast you get, because one hit is going to kill you and you can't regen from death. So, but that's it. It's like, okay, you don't have enough HP. So what is the correct amount of HP? I don't know. More. Right? Because, like, I don't know how fast you're going. I don't know what defenses you're running. Like, I don't know. And, like, there are people who do those stats, and content creators who will work on those stats. And then those stats kind of get spread around the community, and I'll see somebody who's done a solo build, let's say Venom Mage. They've done a solo Venom Mage build for Dragon 20. Now, I have one. I can show you my stats, but I don't know what the minimum stats are, right? But, like, a content creator will show the minimum stats. Like, you need these stats. You need this HP and this defense and this speed. And then I'll watch somebody else do another one, and it's the same stats. YST's video and Ash's video had the same stats. Well, who got them first? Who figured out those stats? Was it either one of those guys, or did they borrow it from somebody else? And what happens if you have 8,000 more HP, but 800 less defense? Is that still going to work? And what if you're running 15 speed faster? You know, like, how does that change things? Is it speed tuned or is it not speed tuned? You know, so I don't know those stats off the top of my head, and it's a lot of work to derive them experimentally, and I don't have the silver to, like, go around stripping gear and replacing gear and getting it. So what I would say is, if you're building Venom Mage as a solo champion, you need this accuracy. I know you need 225 accuracy. Why? Because we know that that is the resistance threshold of all of the bosses in all of the dungeons. 225. So that's one stat I will give you. Other than that, speed, HP. That's it. Speed and HP. Speed and HP. More speed, more HP. If you can fit some defense in there, great. You know? Do you need resistance? You could. Sure. But why? Like, you don't have to. If you have a resistance build that works for you and it prevents you from being stunned or poisoned or whatever, great. And if you don't, more HP, more speed. So, you know, I think that from a practical standpoint, like, you can say, if I had the numbers in front of me, I could figure out if my gear fit that number. But that's only one type of build. You know, there may be variations that also work, and having those numbers in front of you might reduce your willingness to explore the other possibilities. So I just don't focus on stats that much. And I don't want my viewers to focus on stats so much. I want them to focus on the theory behind it and like good practices, you know, and they can figure out for themselves what the numbers have to be for them. What I don't want to do, and this would be the downside of my approach, is I don't want to encourage people to do things that they can't do, fail at it, get discouraged, and have that leave a bad taste in their mouth, both for me and for the game. You know, so, and that is certainly possible. Somebody could have followed one of my builds and gotten a bad result. You could have also done that with anybody else's build. But my point is, because my builds are less specific, then maybe, you know, you don't have the gear that I have, and then you're looking at it and you're like, oh, I just need better gear. Yeah, that's a possibility. I try to mention that, but. Mario says, I'll repeat a question. Which champs would you choose and build for the arena team? Duke, Jorg, Fenisil, Ugo, Gala, Wukong, Shazar, Syl, Drex. Epics are masked. Legos only masteries. I can't see that last thing. Gold 5 is the goal. Well, Jorg...
the chat thought I wasn't going to win that one, by the way. Just, sorry, quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Mythic guy, triple shield that was like 100k health. Come on. We got him.
That's what Wukong does for you.
That's what skill does. The Wukong stun was instrumental in that, but you know. Hey.
So Mario, what I would say is, out of those, it kind of depends on what kind of team you're building. But let's say, I mean, when I'm looking at those champions don't all synergize. So for instance, I wouldn't build like Drex with Jorg. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? So if I were just thinking about the ease of building a team, I would start here. I don't know that this is where I would end. This is how I would go through the process of trying to determine what's happening. So I'd look at Jorg. Now, Jorg has this ability. Places a 50% increased attack buff on all allies for 2 turns and fills the turn meter of all allies by 20%. On a go first team, on most go first teams, not every go first team, but on most go first teams, you need a skill like this. This is what Arbiter has. Right? Increase attack, turn meter fill. Now, she has the additional value of having it be a 30% turn meter fill instead of a 20%. And she has the additional value of having a speed aura, right? Like 30% speed aura in arena. But here's the thing. You already have Wukong. That's 28%. So you're realistically only losing 2 speed by not having Arbiter. So Wukong and Old Hermit Jorg are perfect together. Wukong is your speed aura. Jorg is your fastest champion, and he gives you a turn meter fill. Now, Wukong also gives you a buff strip. That's great. He also can be your nuker. That's great. He gets extra value out of an increased attack. That's great. So you have all of those already just from those 2 champions. Now you would say, how would I flesh out that team? You could potentially put Duke the Pierced in this team. Now you've got to drop the fence. Right? Or you've got to provoke, even if you want to go a different way. Like, it's going to give you some flexibility. So now you have your increased attack, your drop defense, your buff strip, you've got some damage, you've got some turn meter fill. The only other thing you need is an additional turn meter fill, because you typically want to have 2. Otherwise, you just have to build everybody super fast. So, High Katoon. I know you have High Katoon. High Katoon is a 15% turn meter fill. That gives you 35% turn meter fill on 2 champions and allows you to spread out your speeds a little bit. And then you've got your Wukong as your nuker. If you wanted Wukong to be like a semi-nuker, semi-buff stripper, you build him, like, say, in perception gear, get him enough accuracy to remove the buffs, then you would want a second nuker. If you wanted a second nuker, then, where does your drop defense come from? Do you have a drop defense in that case? And that would be a little bit trickier. So in that case, you would want Deacon Armstrong. If you have Deacon Armstrong gives you turn meter increase and a drop defense. Now you could bring in a second nuker. And it could be anybody who's attack based, right? This could be El Hain. It could be your starter champion. But you would get the damage from Wukong. You would get the damage from your other nuker. So, like, I would look around for other champions that did that. Now, the other option would be to go the other way entirely, right? To not go first, not care about going first, and start going for the other champions that you were talking about. So, for instance, there are champions that synergize there. Syl and Drex. Like, you could put those together. They could start to form the core of maybe Ugo. Like Ugo, Syl, Drex, and then Wukong. You could do that, something like that, right? And then you're like, okay, so Ugo gives you, where is she? Ugo is here. Ugo gives you a drop defense, decreased defense right there. Right? Also a block buffs. You have this sort of like mini cleanse and heal. You've got the potential for revives. You put her in with Scylla the Drakes, who's got an AoE stun and some heals and a revive. Now you've got the core of a very tanky team. Now you put in Drexthar. Drexthar's got an AoE provoke. He's got HP burns. So you can use him for this A2. You get him booked out. He's got the decreased attack. He could potentially get out there, making you very survivable. 2 revivers, a lot of tankiness. A lot of crowd control. You got the stun from Scylla the Drakes. You got the provoke from Drexthar Blood Twin. You've got the decreased defense from Ugo. You've got the double revives. You got the heals, the double heals. And then maybe you put in Wukong as your primary damage dealer. He doesn't matter so much. He keeps reviving himself anyway, so it doesn't even matter if the other revives are up. So they just, like, you know, your revivers just revive each other. Like, it makes for a super tanky, hard to remove team. It's slow. Like, you won't win that quickly, especially against other Go Second teams. But that could be great synergy, right? And if those champs are already built, then you have the core of a good, you know, Go Second team. Now, Ugo's a little bit weird because it's hard to use her revive, and you might have to manual because she'll just use her revive as a heal instead of as a revive, or a cleanse or whatever it is. Let me see. Let me double check her again. So, like, this is her revive if all allies are dead. So first of all, everybody has to be dead. And so maybe Wukong doesn't synergize really well because he'll bring himself back, right? And then not everybody's dead, and then you can't bring everybody else back. So potentially this could be a little bit tricky, but you can start to see how those synergies work. Maybe instead of Scylla the Drakes and Ugo, maybe you just bring Ugo and you bring another tank, or maybe you get rid of Ugo and you bring in a second, you know, reviver or something. Again, are you losing the drop defense? Does that matter? Who knows? So that's how you start to think about it, you know? So do you want to go first? Do you want to go second? You know, and how do you want to build your team? Having a concept for your team is important. So any of those champions work. Any of those champions work. I mean, Gala Longbraids, great damage dealer, right? Single target damage dealer. So like if you're looking at her, Void Affinity, which is awesome. She does have an extra turn mechanic. So she attacks one enemy 3 times. Each hit will ignore 25% of the target's defense. Grants an extra turn if this champion has full HP after using the skill. So this would be a go first kind of thing, or you need to heal her back up to 100%, or she needs to have like lifesteal to heal herself back up as she deals this damage, or she has to be at 100% health after this skill goes off. And then you can potentially use the A2, which attacks one enemy and ignores 50% of the target's defense when under a shield buff. You know, and again, you'd have to make sure that she has a shield buff, because this places a shield buff on this champion equal to any surplus heal for 3 turns. But that's after the attack. So, you know, now you have the A1 that places a shield. So you can do that. So is she a go first champion? Do you need to get a shield on her? Do you need to bring a shield set in on your team? You know, does that synergize well with the go first team? I don't know. That's a little bit weird on a go first team. Doesn't mean you can't have it, but you have to consider all of those components. Is she worth 6-starring and making your arena nuker? Absolutely. Absolutely. But she's only one piece. She needs to synergize really well with the rest of your team. So figure out how to make all of her skills pop. You know, so yeah, I don't know that I would say build her over Drexthar. I don't know. Like, it really depends on which. She's better as a damage dealer. He's tankier. Which one works better for you? He provides more CC with that provoke, requires accuracy. Maybe you can't get both. Maybe you can't get his tankiness and his accuracy good enough. Maybe she's simpler to build. So there's all that stuff going on. So yeah, I mean, I think out of all of those champions, you know, the one who's most clearly a phenomenal arena champion is Wukong. Shazar is a bomb champion with a great speed aura. You can use him, but then you're setting up an entirely different kind of team to get those bombs out there and make sure they land, and then you survive it and the bombs go off. So Shazar is great. But again, different, you know, you have champions from like 4 different kinds of teams here. Jorg could work with Shazar. So Jorg could work with Wukong. Jorg could work with, you know, Gala. So like Jorg could work with Duke. So Jorg is pretty flexible as well. But if you don't have a go first team, if you don't have a second turn meter fill, if you don't have a drop defense in that combo somewhere, if you don't have the nukage that you need in order to get the value out of the increased attack, then Jorg becomes pointless. Also, can you get value out of any of these champions on other places? That's another consideration. So, for instance, let's say you maxed out Drex. Drex is a great Hydra clan boss damage dealer. He's really good in particular. He's good against Spider Boss. Can you put him in a build that works in Arena, works in Spider, and works in Hydra? Because if that's true, then he may just be worth building. And then since you've built him, now you say, okay, well, I'm leaning more towards that particular Arena team. I didn't build him specifically because I wanted that Arena team. I built him specifically because he gives me value in lots of places. And then now I'm building the Arena team because I have the Drex, not the other way around. So, you know, there's that. So the good news is you've got a lot of options. And all of them can get you to gold 5. Right?
Surprise myself sometimes.
You surprise yourself sometimes?
Guy had a Krisk and Demitha, and I don't even know who the two others are. And they still went down. I did not think I could beat that combo.
Okay.
Those champs are supposed to be the strongest, some of the strongest in the game.
You're talking about live arena?
Yeah. I'm surprised I won that.
Well, you know, I think part of the thing about arena is it's a lot of a rock paper scissors kind of deal, right? You know, so it's like if you think about Krisk creates survivability. He's got an AoE provoke. He's got a shield and stuff. And then Demitha has a block damage, but neither one are like go first kind of champions. If you kill Demitha before she puts up her block damage, then her block damage is completely pointless. You know, so if you just have a fast team and you target select properly, like I very rarely worry about Krisks. Like I worry about Krisks who are paired with Siffies. You know, I worry about Krisks who are paired with Duchesses. Like I don't worry about Krisk on his own. And I never worry about Demitha. Like Demitha is never a concern for me in arena unless I'm looking at the team and I'm like, oh, this whole team is built to make sure that Demitha keeps everybody alive.
Yeah, that was what seemed like kind of the build that they were going for. But we ended up playing a game of chicken where I just never used my buff strip. And so I just kept holding it back. And so they never put out the Demitha shield.
Right.
Until they got towards the end where they're like, shoot, no, I have to start trying to use it and just hope that they miss it or something. I don't know, but
you know, it's funny because that's kind of the League of Legends like philosophy. It's like your skill can be more valuable
just if you hold it.
If you hold it, you don't use it, right? And live arena
crank hook that hasn't been used is so much scarier than one that's on cooldown.
Exactly.
Classic.
Mario, you are welcome. Burso29 says, any thoughts on Tuhanarok? Use and build, did check internet, but really curious on your opinion. I don't have a Tuhanarok. I've never had one. Just based on like an examination of her kit, I think she could be incredibly valuable, like very, very strong champion. But yeah, so Tuhanarok, I believe it's Barbarians, right? Yeah, here she is. So she has this passive, which removes one random buff from all allies at the start of each turn, removes 2 random debuffs instead from allies under continuous heal buffs. So this is like Doom Priest. Doom Priest has the same passive without the extra debuff removal. You know, like it's just a heal and a cleanse, basically a 1 debuff cleanse. But this can actually remove 2 random debuffs. Now, you look at her speed, you look at her HP, you look at her defense. This is a tanky, much tankier than Doom Priest kind of champion. A really good HP. Almost, 21.5K, let's call it. And really good defense, almost 1300 defense. Really good speed at 106, right? Has built-in resist, has built-in accuracy. We'll talk about that in a sec. So just from this skill alone, like this is extremely valuable. And you can use this in a lot of places. One of the easiest places to potentially use this in is in a clan boss speed tune to go fully affinity friendly. Because it'll cleanse the slow from the spirit affinity and then cleanse the stun from the clan boss, every affinity. So that by itself, forget anything else. That by itself is, there are only 2 champions with a passive like this in the game, and this is the better version of the 2. Now, if you go through her kit, A1s with a decreased speed are always valuable. This is a 50% chance, which is pretty solid. So you're talking about like Scylla the Drake's kind of value here on the decreased speed because it is an A1, but this also places continuous heals. And remember that synergizes with the passive. It doesn't have the decreased turn meter of Scylla the Drake, so I'm not trying to say they're the same, but I'm saying this A1 that has decreased speed, that's highly valuable in a lot of places. So great A1, really good A1. A2 has a 100% chance of placing decreased attack and a block buffs debuff for 2 turns. This is on a 3-turn cooldown. Also applies a debuff spread effect, taking 2 random debuffs from the target and placing them on all enemies. Debuff spread can be tricky to use, but can be valuable, and potentially this could be something you can use in like Hydra Clan Boss. You can also use it in some other places, but Hydra Clan Boss is one of the key places where you potentially use debuff spread effects. And remember, decrease attack and block buffs are both great debuffs for that fight. And then you have the A3, increased defense and increased speed buff on all allies for 2 turns. Highly useful in a lot of places. Not something you would particularly use in an unkillable clan boss speed tune unless you needed that increased speed to make the speed tune work. And I think there is at least one speed tune out there with Tahana Rock doing this. But could be really good for a killable clan boss team because you've got the increased defense out there. So again, she could be great in clan boss. The increased speed and increased defense will play in Hydra clan boss. I think she's good there. I think I've seen her in some Iron Twins like fights. She definitely comes up against certain Doom Tower bosses. She's a very good support in a lot of different ways. Now she's not a reviver, right? So you want to consider that. This is a support who's supposed to keep you alive and moving and not let you die. So if you're worried about like that not being enough, you need to bring in somebody who is a reviver. Also, by the way, like the heals are different here. It's different than Doom Priest. The heals don't happen on the passive. The heals happen off of the A1. So not like a huge amount of healing, but kind of an all-around support. Very good champion is Void Affinity, so you don't have to worry about the debuffs, not landing because of weak hits. Likewise, won't take extra damage against any affinity. Like that's another important thing for a tanky support, that like they don't go into a fight where they're taking that extra 30% damage or whatever it is. I think it's 30% by being weak affinity. So really, really good champion. Yeah, if you've pulled Tahana Rock, you're going to want to figure out how to get her into your teams and a lot of teams. It's not just like spot usage for Tahana Rock. She should be in a ton of your teams. Yeah. Very cool looking champion. I love her outfit. I like her weapons. I like her hair. I like her headdress. I mean, very cool champion. Yeah. There's nothing not to like about this champion. Like, I don't see any weaknesses here. The only thing that I could find to mention was the fact that she's not a reviver. And it's like, so what? So most champions are not revivers. But this is a support who's supposed to keep you alive, keep you going. It's good offensively, good defensively, good offensively because of the increased speed. Good offensively because of the decreased speed on the A1 and the continuous heals, but also very good defensively, good against bosses. Good against waves, I think. This A3 is good against waves. Maybe not top notch against waves. Maybe not like, top tier support against waves. But use her in conjunction with another support that is, and maybe you're okay. Like, pair her up with Syl, pair her up with Shiramani we were talking about earlier. I mean, she and Shiramani would probably synergize really well. Shiramani brings the heals and the crowd control. Tahana Rock makes sure you're always moving. You're never crowd controlled. Increases your speed, which works well with everybody. Something like that. But fantastic champion. Relentless Gear Shooter says, that's a good call. Relentless Gear is really good. Don't make the mistake of putting her in... what am I talking about right now?
Train of thought gone.
Frenzy. Not Frenzy. Although don't put her in Frenzy either. No, what am I talking about? It's Reflex. Don't make the mistake of putting her in reflex. Right? 40% chance to reduce the random skill cooldown by 1 turn. Like, her passive works with her taking turns. Her other skills, you're like, oh, I can get cooldowns on those. It's like, yeah, but like reflex doesn't bring enough to get the full power out of her passive. So you're better off with a relentless set than a reflex set. Also, you could just go pure like speed, go perception and speed sets, get her really fast, get more turns that way. That's another way to go. Relentless set would double up. She probably doesn't need to double up on the cleanse. Like in Doom Priest does. But if you do have a scenario where you need to double up on the cleanse, like let's say you're going up against Agrith, like then that's where the relentless set comes in. But if you have her in Clan Boss, you can't put her in relentless, right? Because you can't have her taking extra turns probably. I really need to do some actual work on my champion here. Blue GG Easy says, hi, so I've been with some help from the Discord building a clan boss team, Duchess, Taragi, Fane, Venom Mage, and Hatatsu. I geared them all to speed and survival, but I'm doing 8 to 10 million on Nightmare. Help. Okay, so have you speed tuned it? Like, did you get into the calculator and speed tune it, or are you just running them fast? Because if you haven't speed tuned them, you're not going to get as much value out of a team like this. It's a great team, by the way. You should be able to do well. You should get more than 8 to 10 million on Nightmare. Eventually, this team should be able to, at the very least, 2 key Nightmare, but probably more. Trevor Truong says, any updates on when Call Red will be offering coaching services? You know, I should hopefully do that this week, actually. I've gotten some of my business stuff squared away. We're still kind of waiting on a little bit of paperwork to go through. But hopefully I can start doing that maybe this week, maybe next week. I think absolutely before Christmas. But yeah, so Blue, so what I would say is like, you know, if you look at that team is very strong. Let me just keep running this. Duchess is giving you a Veil, which reduces the damage that everybody's taking. Hatatsu brings you an increased defense, which reduces the damage everybody's taking. Taragi gives you an ally protect, which reduces the damage everybody's taking. Now, he'll take more damage, but if he has the increased defense up and the Veil up, then he won't take that much damage from his ally protect, right? Now, on the stun targeting, you can force Duchess to be your stun target every time with her perfect Veil. So if you use the skill at the right time, everybody else will be covered by the perfect Veil. Duchess will be your only stun target. She's a beautiful stun target. She's naturally tanky, and you build her super tanky, right? You could also potentially, if you wanted to, like, situate it so that somebody else could potentially be the stun target, but that's not really the value. You want Duchess to be your stun target. That means you don't have to worry so much about Taragi's ally protect as much. Like, you can have it up during the stun or not. She's probably tanky enough to take that for a while. As long as she's built tanky and she's the stun target, that's going to keep her alive. And then you've got the heals, the continuous heals from Hatatsu. You've got the block debuffs from Duchess, which should work depending on the speed tune, so you don't have to worry about affinity. Let me just double check Duchess. Let me double check Duchess for a second. I just want to see where her skills are distributed. So the block debuffs here places the perfect Veil. So this goes up for 2 turns, and the perfect Veil goes up for 2 turns. So the way you would want to work this, there are a couple of ways, I guess, because technically this would also put a Veil on everybody. So I'm not 100% sure how this skill works. I don't have a Duchess, but I'm not 100% sure how you would work. Like, you could potentially work this in. This is on a 4-turn cooldown, whereas this is also on a 4-turn cooldown. So you could force them in either direction. But if you put this up, at the bottom of the second attack. So the 3 columns, AoE 1, AoE 2, stun. AoE 1, AoE 2, stun. So if you put this up right before the AoE 2 goes up, that's the one that applies slow for the Spirit Affinity. Then that would cover you for the slow, and it would prevent the slow from messing up your speed tune. And then if everybody only goes 1 time before the stun goes off, in the 3rd column, they only go 1 time, they will still have this block debuffs buff up, and they'll still have the perfect veil buff up, which means Duchess will take the stun, and she'll have the block debuffs and won't actually get stunned. Okay, simultaneously, this also puts increased attack out there, which is kind of nice. Now, Fane brings you the weaken, the decreased attack, and the decreased defense. Taragi also brings you a secondary decreased attack from a different affinity, which is nice, and he brings you a poison. So Fane also brings you poison. They both bring you poison. Not a ton of poisons, but enough. Should be enough. So with those 3 champions alone, you have, those 4 champions. Who's the 5th champion? Venomage. Now you've got more poisons. So now you're bringing more poisons. Venomage also brings you poison activation and an extra mitigation. The heal reduction buff, if the heal reduction buff is out there, I think it's the heal reduction buff for Venomage, then you get a 15% decrease in damage from Venomage. So let's look at this. Enemies under heal reduction debuffs do 15% less damage. Now, the heal reduction here is on this. It's on a 3-turn cooldown. So you could have this up 100% of the time for the AoEs. Or you could potentially like stagger it if you wanted to. If you had a debuff extension, you could maybe have it up for all 3 turns. You know, like there are masteries that you can use to extend the debuffs and stuff like that. So it'd be up for 3 turns sometimes. Again, you have a decreased defense over here. You have a decreased attack over here. So you have 3 decreased attacks. Now, the one downside to this team is that you're bringing a decreased attack, decreased defense, heal reduction, poison sensitivity. So you're bringing those 4 debuffs at the very least. Weaken, that's 5, which means you only have 5 spots for poisons, right? Because you can only put 10 debuffs up there. So you're probably going to be maxed out on poisons a lot. Having a poison activator here on your Venomage will help a little bit because you'll burn through the poisons more quickly, so you'll keep putting them up. But that's not as good as saying having 7 or 8 spots for poisons. So that might like reduce your damage a little bit, and it may be that potentially you could swap out, say, Taragi for another ally protector who's a little bit better or something. I don't know. Or maybe, maybe not. Maybe this is the best combo. That's something you'll have to figure out experimentally. You'll have to actually try it out and see how your debuff bar looks. And again, affinity will also matter because Venomage and Taragi are magic affinity. Fane is spirit affinity. So, you'll get different poisons based on the different affinities that you go up against. The amount of mitigations you have on this team is huge. The only like protective buffs that you're missing are strengthen and a shield. And in fact, are you even missing a shield? Does Duchess put up a shield? No, she doesn't put up a shield. No, she does. But it's only on 1 champion. Okay. Oh, and you also have the mitigation here from this passive. Decreases damage taken by all allies on AoE attacks by 25%. This team should last a very, very long time. And you have 3 poisoners. Granted, only 2 are offensive poisoners. Taragi's a defensive poisoner, but that's fine. So you should get more than 8 to 10 million damage on Nightmare on a key. If it's speed tuned. If it's not speed tuned, it can break. It could just break apart and you could get nothing.
Yeah, Cole, I think, if I recall correctly, I was actually the one that made a speed blue.
I'm sorry?
And I was the one that made a speed tune for blue.
So
it should
blue?
Be speed.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy that asked about the Duchess team. So all of that should be there. So I think it's got to be something else going on. Either maybe don't have full masteries yet, don't have the gear. Yeah, here. In fact, I'm not on the screen right now.
Okay, yeah, I can pull you up. So it says you normally do around 40 turns. Okay, so now here's the questions. If you're doing 40 turns, one is everybody fully masteried in the offense tree? Because if you have any champion in this tune should be fully masteried in offense tree, and probably everybody, I would say. And you would want your Giant Slayer or War Master procs. Probably War Master procs for everybody, I think, on this particular team. Maybe Giant Slayer on Fane. Do you run Giant Slayer on Fane, or do you run War Master?
Ooh, I'd have to double check.
I think it's War Master. She's a double hitter A1. She does have a triple hit on her A3, I think, but it's a single hit on her A2 or something, right? So I think it averages out to below the 2.5 threshold. And so you would probably put her in War Master. So if you don't have all of those, that's going to give you a ton of damage. 40 turns of that just alone could massively increase your damage. The other thing I would say is make sure that you have the accuracy you need. So if you're talking about Nightmare, you need, I think, 225 accuracy. And then for Ultra Nightmare, I think it's 250, something like that. So make sure that you have all the accuracy so you're getting all the debuffs up. One thing to consider is that Venom Mage getting in the way? Right? So for instance, if you don't have enough poisons out there where poison activation really matters, right? Like it just doesn't matter. You could just get 40 turns of poisons, and then Venom Mage isn't adding any damage by activating the poisons. And by removing the healing reduction, you could potentially get another spot on the bar for another poison, and potentially you could bring in somebody else who gives you something that you don't have. Whether that's a faster speed tune, so you get more damage out there, or maybe more direct damage, or ignore defense, or decrease defense. Like if you decrease the defense of the clan boss, that can bring you extra damage. So potentially you could get the Venom Mage out of there. Now Venom Mage is providing some mitigations through the passive, but it may not be enough to counteract the fact that you're just losing damage by having that in there. Likewise, you could potentially, like I said, remove Taragi, get somebody else. Again, you may not have enough spaces on your debuff bar to realistically have 3 champions that lay down poisons. Even with a poison activator, it might not work. So that could be an issue.
Yeah, I was going to try to show you the speed tune, but for some reason it doesn't want to pop up.
Yeah. So if you're not fully mastered, if you're not fully booked, that would matter. If you're not fully mastered, if you're not fully booked, and if you don't have the accuracy. Masteries, books, accuracy. Those are the 3 things that you need to make sure that you have. Because if you're not landing the debuffs, then that's huge. You really need to land Fane's Weaken, and decreased defense is actually maybe a little bit less important for this particular team because you're using so many poisoners, but decreased defense is still a way to increase damage. So that's what you could look at. But that's an incredibly powerful lineup. And I think when tuned, that should probably be a 1-key Nightmare. Like you should probably be able to reach a 1-key Nightmare with those 5 champions. If you can't, then there's something going on in the build that isn't optimized for clan boss. So for instance, let's say you're running your Taragi down defense and support, and you're running your Duchess down defense and support, and you're running your Venom Mage down defense and support. Like you could run all the 3 champions like that, but then you're losing all of those War Master procs. You're losing at least 120 War Master procs if you're getting 40 turns, and now you're talking about like maybe 10 million damage on that, maybe at least 8 million damage on that, just from the War Master proc.
Yeah.
So, if you're talking about 60,000 on a War Master proc and you're talking about 120 of them, that's 7.2 million. So, yeah, so that could be a reason that you're not getting the damage. You said you're working on Hitatsu and Taragi, but the other 3 have masteries. Okay. So when you get those 2 there, you'll get more damage out of that. And have you actually watched the speed tune? Are you sure that you're filling up the debuff bar? Are you sure that the debuffs that you need are being applied, like weaken and poison sensitivity? Poison sensitivity? Who's applying poison sensitivity? Nobody is. Venom Mage has healing reduction, not poison sensitivity, right? Yeah. So that's something you could look for instead. Maybe, you know, you bring a champion in who has poison sensitivity, get more damage out of that. Like if you had a Dark Kale, that might be a good swap. I don't know if you're that far along that you have a Dark Kale. Okay, so let's see. I can't check my Discord at the moment. We'll take a look later. But it sounds like it's something that you've been working on in Discord with some members of the community. So chances are you're working in the right direction. I would assume that, you know, there's something being missed there. Probably debuffs. But maybe, you know, maybe it's something else. So we can always check that out in Discord. There he is. Okay, I wanted to ask a question because we probably, I don't know how much longer we're going to be streaming. We'll stream for a little while longer. But I wanted to ask a question. Sun and I did a video this week, which was fun. We did a shard pull video where we kind of went head to head and we had the points battle and then we kind of had a forfeit. So I got to edit a video this week. That's going to be fun. We got to figure out.
Yeah.
We got to figure out what video I'm going to edit. Now, I'm going to do it. And it's going to happen. So it's not like I'm not going to welsh on the bet. It's not like that. But we want to make it fun. You know, we want to make it a video that's worth me editing. We don't want to ruin the channel by me editing something poorly. But that being said, I'm kind of curious about people's responses to the video itself. So if you've watched that shard pull video, I want to know if that added value to shard pull videos, because everybody does shard pull videos. And I was just thinking it would be fun to mix it up a little, make it a little bit different. So the funny thing is we did a shard pull video on Friday. We released it on Saturday. And then we did a shard pull video on Saturday and we released it today. We released it on Sunday. And so the first one was sort of the new format where we went head to head and we kind of had this battle. And then the second one was sort of the classic format where we just pulled the shards on the 3 accounts. It was void shards, so it wasn't going to be like a head to head thing anyway, because we don't have as many void shards. It's not as interesting. So I guess my question is, which format do people like better? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do a little poll and we'll just answer that poll.
And also, did my tracker work correctly? I did not go back and watch that video. Not yet. I spent like 3 hours on that.
Okay. All right, so I'm putting up a little poll. So it just says, which shard pull format do you like better? The new format, which is head to head, or the standard format, which is just pull shards? I guess I could have put a third option up where you're like, you don't care. But if you don't care, that's fine. So yeah, I keep thinking about this. Like, we've entered the space kind of late, right? We entered the game after Raid was already 3.5 years old. So we're sort of the new kids on the block. And there are things that like the community does that we don't want to ignore. We don't want to fail to do. And I've asked about like the news kind of videos before. Some people don't like them, but a lot of people say, no, your perspective is valuable because you're a free to play content creator. And so we want to hear your impression on the news. Or maybe, you know, Colred, you're the channel that I come to the most. So I hope you fill me in on critical news because I'm not really looking elsewhere. But I have definitely had some people say, you know, like news is less enticing, and that's fine. That's fair. But I feel it's valuable to do news videos. And so even though everybody does news videos, I still feel an obligation to do news videos.
Yeah.
And I think shard polls are also those kinds of videos. First of all, they're relatively easy for us to produce. It doesn't take a lot of scripting. It doesn't take a lot of research and preparation. We can kind of have an easier day that allows us to spend some hours on those other things, on preparation for other videos. So it's nice for us. It's also just fun. Like we just like pulling shards. Who doesn't like pulling shards? So that's kind of also fun. We want to share that excitement with everybody. But at the same time, like everybody does shard pull videos and everybody basically does it the same way. Hell Hades does something a little bit different. And that sometimes he pulls shards with Lady H, like they sit there and they pull viewer shards, like not their own shards. They pull viewer shards. That can be fun. Ash does a little bit different because, you know, his editing is always kind of fun and a little bit more hyped up. And also he donates to charity every time he pulls shards. So that's great. But I just thought, you know, like if we were going to do something that's a little bit different, how would we add to the format? How would we alter the format to suit our channel? And the one thing is, obviously, we have the Noob versus Pro series. So it's Noob versus Pro. It's not like Noob and Pro. Do you know what I mean? Technically, it's a head-to-head competition, even though we're not super competitive about it. But so it just felt like, well, that's a natural extension of what we're already doing. So I just want to make sure that people like that format and they don't think it's cheesy because it's a longer video. When we do it together and we get, you know, vamping on each other and, you know, it like takes twice as long for us to pull the shards. So, you know, part of me is like, people don't want to watch a 30-minute shard pull video. They want to watch a 7-minute shard pull video. But I can't do anything, you know, with a short format. I'm just useless with that. Everything takes twice as long as, you know, I can't shut up long enough to get out of my own way. But okay, so we've got 28 votes here. 89% like the new format head to head, and 11% prefer the standard format. Just pull shards, and that's fair. I think that's fair.
Somebody in the chat said, "Thanks to Sun's polls, I won $100." I'm still curious to hear that story.
Yeah, what's that
Somebody
about?
make a bet. Somebody make a bet on who's going to win. I'll bet you $100. It's Team Sun. That'd be fun.
All right, we got Blue says here, let's undo a takeover and edit it. Well, that was our option. If I was getting the day off, I suggested that he do a takeover. He wasn't so sure about it yet, but you know, that might have been what happened. Dark the Enigma says, yeah, it was fun to watch. Femoral says, head to head was very fun to see. Shooter 90 says, I find shard pull videos kind of boring usually because they are always the same. Really enjoyed the bet spin to it. It's funny too, because, you know, gacha games are gambling games and we don't gamble because we don't spend money. So it kind of added a gambling element to a gambling game that normally for us isn't. So that was kind of interesting to see.
Yeah.
Steve 11B says, yes, it made it more interesting. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Ian says, son, could you ask for me if there is a time limit on when the new fusion must be pulled? If it's a fragment champion. Is it a fragment? I'm already blanking. Yeah, it's a fragment champion. So there's no time limit. You can pull it anytime. As long as you have 100 fragments, there's a time limit on how, you know, when you can acquire the fragments. But once you have them, you can pull it at any time or never pull it. It could just sit there forever. Mayhem Monkey says, I'm pumped about it. I'll have to talk to you. Oh, that's okay. Amity says, I would say it depends on the number of shards pulled. Yeah, it has to be a big, like we would probably only ever do it for ancients. I don't think we would do it for anything else. Unless there were a point in time where maybe we both had like 30 void shards or something, that might be enough for us to get, you know, a good competition going. Mario says, next time, make sure you both have the same amount of shards for more accurate results. But yeah, it was fun to watch. Well, you know, I can't stop this guy from pulling shards. It doesn't matter what I say. Wow. If he wants to pull shards, he just pulls shards.
Look, you know, sometimes you feel yourself. You got to pull some shards.
You know, so it's no.
And you never get nothing unless it's an accident. Accidental, that's when you do it. That's when you hit it.
I guess, you know, there's a way to make it closer. You know, you could say, like, we could say today, right now, we're going to do this again the next time there's a 2 times ancient shards. And whatever number of shards you get is just the number of shards you get. And if you're going to buy shards, you have to buy them before you pull, like before you pull 1. So you got to go all in and buy them, or you can't like wait to the end. You know what I mean? And we could do that now. And then that would be like, so we'd be playing with that condition in mind. I guess we could do that. And then it was like, if we have a different number of shards, that's just part of the game, you know? Or we could do what we did this time, which is sort of force some kind of equilibrium, which would be a little bit more open, right? It would allow us to do, like, if you had to pull a shard for a reason or wanted to pull a shard for a reason, you could. If you want to play differently, you're not just chasing shards, you know, like, it's not overemphasizing shards that way. There's a lot of balancing to it. I mean, realistically, for whatever reason, I get more shards. I get more ancient shards than he does.
Yeah.
And simultaneously, I don't ever pull ancient shards. I just don't do it. So, you know, he doesn't pull it a lot. He's not like just pulling them every day. But if he pulled 10, 15, 20 shards and I collected 10, 15, 20 more shards, I'm always going to have 30 or 40 more shards than he has. And so it's hard to force him to play differently or force me to play differently to like meet that equality standard. We just kind of have to figure out something to do. So what we did this time is we just did math.
Speaking of ancient shards,
you know,
got one.
Got another one? Good.
Let's pull a red. No, I'm
kidding. So yeah, you know, Mara, we thought about that. We just didn't have a better solution. So that was our solution this time. We could try a different solution another time, but yeah, what I would have loved to have is the exact same number of shards. That would have been great. Anticonda says, you don't complain like other CCs. It's refreshing. Yeah, you know, I feel the disappointment the same as everybody. But when you're a free-to-play player, you're used to disappointment.
Hit him with the truth, man.
Like, when you're a free-to-play player, you have to have a little bit of a thick skin when it comes to disappointment. Because you can't do anything about it. You can't say, well, I'm going to go buy 20 more shards and screw this. You know, I'm going to keep going until I hit something. I've seen content creators do shard pull videos where for the sake of the video, they've gone back in and bought like 5 packs. Like Ash has done that before. I've seen people do that before with like void shard videos where they're like, all right, I've got 80 void shards and we're going to pull until we hit a legendary. And then they pull 80 and they don't hit. And they go and buy 50 more and they don't hit. And they go and buy 50 more and then they don't hit. And then they buy 50 more and then they finally hit. And it's like, you just spent, I don't know what, $500 on that video, you know, and like, that's fair. Maybe you're going to make more than $500 on that video. I have no idea what your business model is, but I can't do that. First of all, I'm making like $20 a video. So, you know, like that, it's just not going to happen. And then the other thing is like that I'm not free to play player. So I don't do that anyway. Even if I weren't making videos, I wouldn't do that, you know? So I guess what I'm saying is like when I make shard pulls, and this is true before I started being a content creator, when I have a shard pull video or when I just had a shard pull event and I pulled shards, a lot of times I didn't hit and I just have to, all right, shake it off. 2 weeks from now, we'll do it again. You know, and the truth of the matter is that's helped keep me sane, you know, because the only way to be a free to play player and stay in this game is to have some way to deal with the disappointment because it's constant. It's constant. I mean, you know, without that disappointment, the highs wouldn't be that high, right? That's what their model is. It's like you get disappointed a lot so that when you get excited, you get super excited. And those super highs that you feel keep you coming back. And you know, so, but I don't know. I don't like to listen to people complain either. Like, I will commiserate with you. Everybody's entitled to say, I was, you know, I had 100 shards and I was really excited about it and I've got nothing and it sucks. And I will say, you're absolutely right. It does. And I will commiserate with you. And so will Sun. You know, we'll both be like, sorry, man, that's awful.
Indeed.
But I don't want to watch a 20-minute video of somebody whining about it. You know, like that's not, nobody enjoys that. So, yeah. And so, you know, that optimism is what allows me to keep doing this. And I think sharing it with people is also helpful. I like when people tell me their sad stories in the comments, because I can say that. I can say, hey man, I feel you. This just happened to me last week. I have the same thing. Don't worry about it. It'll turn around. Because I think this is a solo game for most players. We don't have like a lot of community. Like we happen to have a great Discord community, but I think a lot of players don't have that community. Or even if they do, they don't necessarily want to complain in that community. But I actually invite them to complain. I'm like, go ahead and complain one time in the comments, just get it out. And I'll commiserate with you and we'll both feel better and we can move on and focus on the fun that is in the game, because there is tons of fun in the game.
Yeah, if your baseline is disappointment, you'll be fine.
Okay, this is funny. Nicholas Picarelli says, I like the shard pull videos, but I would like to see the wager more severe. Maybe the loser has to do a stunt like shave their eyebrows. Now you're trying to up the ante, Nicholas. So we could do something. We could do something to up the ante that could be more severe than this. Sure. I almost think the bet doesn't matter. For me personally, the bet almost doesn't matter. The bet that we made this time felt valid simply because we work our tails off, and, you know, producing videos is like a headache and it's fun. Like we want to do it. We also enjoy it, and we enjoy interacting with the community about it. But like the actual mechanics of it, it's work. It's hard work. And so it felt like a fun way to maybe force Sun to get in front of the camera a little bit more. But I had to give him an equal offering. And so, yeah, so I have to edit a video and do a thumbnail one day, which makes complete sense. Now it could be something silly, like, you know, the loser has to wear a dress on camera for the next video, or the loser has to, you know, like dye their hair, dye his beard purple. The loser has to dye his beard purple for a day. Or, you know, whatever. It could be something.
His beard.
Yeah.
I think you had a very specific person in mind here. That was the loser. Yeah, you're going to dye your beard purple, huh?
You know, maybe I have to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I have to, you know, like write the words "Sun is God" on my head or something. I don't know. But, you know, the idea that like it could be silly and whatever. But I'm not really that guy. Like, I don't mind that people do that, but it's not my thing, I guess. It's not where my humor lies. And in fact, I don't think it's where Sun's humor lies, because our humor is adjacent to each other. We like absurdist stuff. We do like silly stuff, but I don't think we like necessarily making fun of people. And that feels like you're making fun of somebody. It's like a little too punitive. I don't know. So I know other people have a sense of humor that would really enjoy that. Like my wife has a sense of humor that sometimes feels painful to me. You know, like she likes embarrassing moments and I cringe. You know, so when she sees somebody like in an extremely embarrassing moment, she cackles. She loves it. And for her, I'm like, what's the pleasure? And she's like, it's not me. You know, like it could be me. I can envision myself doing that really easily, but it's not. So it's like relief. You know, it's like, thank God I'm not that person right now. And instead, I feel just so much pain. I'm just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it's awful. I don't want to look, you know, so I think everybody has their own sense of humor, and some people would probably love to watch me humiliate myself on camera. But like, I guess I'm just not I don't find that too appealing. So we could find some silly ways to up the ante and make it more fun. And we'll try to do that. Liv says, Sun's whooping Colred's boot. I assume she didn't mean boot. I'm sorry, Liv. I don't know if you go by she or he. I apologize. Liv is he. Liv is he. Ash is a habitual buyer and he's open about the tax write-offs. Definition. I think people overvalue the idea of a tax write-off. If the guy donates $500 to charity by pulling 5 gold shards and that's what he wants to do, like, that's incredibly generous. Who else is doing that? And do you think the charities care where the $500 comes from or why? You know, like,
Nope.
It's $500. It's out there to help people. And he didn't just save himself $500 by writing it off. He just lowered his tax liability by $500, which is an entirely different thing because you don't pay 100% of your income as tax. You know, so potentially he could lower his tax liability a little bit and save $100. But that still means he's giving $400 of that $500 from his pocket. So I would rather have good people do good things, and if we can incentivize them or reward them a little bit, make it a little bit easier for them to do good things, then great. The habitual buying thing, though, yeah, he does that. But I don't know how much money he makes from his videos. I know that he does his videos for fun. That's not his job. He has AMG. So I think his income comes from AMG. So if he took 100% of his raid video income and just put him back into the raid videos, so he made no money on the raid videos, then that could potentially allow him to spend thousands of dollars a month on packs and still come out even. I mean, he's got almost 200,000 followers, right? 200,000 subscribers. His videos do 10 times the amount of views that I do, maybe 20 times the amount of videos I do in like the first few days. And, you know, that's one of at least 3 channels that I know that he has. So I'm going to end that poll. We got 37 votes. Looks like people like the new format. Liv says, I haven't spent a dime since J Gig's video. That's great. That's awesome. I have to do another reaction to J Gigs because he's done a couple of follow-ups and I haven't followed up yet. By the way, just a quick announcement, I guess, an announcement of sorts. I have applied to the content creator program. I asked the stream a couple of weeks ago, or maybe last week, if I should. Everybody said yes. I thought about it some more, and I think you're right. So I applied to the content creator program for 2 reasons. One is I think the additional resources could help me make better videos for you, and I don't think it would significantly impact me as a free-to-play content creator. My end game account is already beyond what most free-to-play players can do. And so the extra resources will allow me to build more champions and potentially like change builds on the champions that I have and just allow me to do things that I can't currently do on that account. But it won't change my mentality. Like, I'm free to play for life. It's just built into my brain. So I don't think it'll negatively impact the content. And then the second reason is because I think I want to be part of the conversation directly with Plarium as things progress. Like, there may be conversations that content creators and Plarium are having in the near future, and I would like to be a part of those discussions. I feel like Jay Giggs, who's awesome, may not have the healthiest relationship with the content creator program and representatives. Like, he voluntarily left that content creator program. He's clearly irritated by Plarium. And as much as I agree with his sentiment and I understand where it's coming from, I'm just a different guy. Like, I just operate differently when conflict arises. I don't take it personally, I guess. And it feels sometimes like he takes it personally. I think it's good to have him take it personally. He brings value to the conversation because of how he feels and how he decides, like his decision-making process based on that. But I like the fact that, you know, we can have different kinds of voices in there, and maybe have, you know, somebody who's newer to the scene who doesn't have the history that he has, and so doesn't necessarily have those, like, I don't know, I don't want to call them hangups. I don't think they are, but it's just like, you know, if you've been repeatedly disrespected by somebody, and then all of a sudden they come to the bargaining table, there's a chance that if they say one thing that you don't like, you're just gonna, you irritate me so much, you know? And like, that's natural and normal. And the flip side of that is like he has more institutional knowledge and all those things. Like he has a lot of experience, so he has some insight into this. But I'd be coming at it with fresh eyes, and I just think that's valuable. So I want to be in on the conversation. And I think the third reason, there is a third reason, and actually maybe this is the most personally important, is the content creator program gives me access to other content creators. I don't know any of them. I've never had a conversation with another content creator, and I would like to. I think content creators can support each other. They can help each other. They can potentially challenge each other. There's all sorts of things. Like we are competitors in the space. We are simultaneously members of the same community. And so I would like to have a conversation with Jay Giggs. I would like to talk to him directly. I've never done that. I would like to talk to Deadwood. I'd like to talk to YST. I'd like to talk to any of the guys. MTG Jedi. I mean, there's some really smart content creators out there. Odd One. Like all these guys that I've been watching for a couple of years. And I'd like to pick their brains about things. I'd like to have conversations with them, see what I can offer as well, you know? So I've never done a collaboration. So I have applied to the content creator program. I'm about 50-50 on whether or not I'll get into it. I already made a reaction video supporting Jay Giggs. Plarium may just look at that video and be like, no, we don't need another one of you. That'd be fair. That'd be fair. But we'll see. We'll see. I hope I get accepted. And if I do, I will update you immediately so everybody knows. But yeah, I think from a personal standpoint, like being part of the content creator program, I was reluctant after I like kind of viewed what it was that is required to join. Not in terms of like the requirements, like the viewers and the subscribers and the videos and stuff like that. But what you actually have to sign, the agreement that you have to sign, I was a little bit reluctant to do so. I don't think it's punitive. It's probably fairly standard. But I'm like, do I want to agree to some of this? I was like, yeah, it's probably a fair price to pay. Like, I understand every single clause in the agreement. I don't think any of them are particularly problematic. But anytime you enter an agreement with somebody else like that, you're giving up certain kinds of control of your own destiny or your own content, you know? And so I was like, okay, I'm going to do it because I think it's valuable enough. But just because of who I am, like being a content creator in the program would never affect how I represent Raid or Plarium or my opinion of them. And so it's very possible maybe they do accept me, and then 2 weeks later they're like, "Oh, we made a mistake. You gotta go, buddy." I hope not. I hope not.
You got a lot of opinions about stuff, boy.
I got a lot of opinions about stuff. And you know, at the same time, like I said, I'm fairly level-headed in hot-tempered situations. But I'm also I don't know if stubborn is the right word. But like, you don't move me just because you want to apply force to move me. You know, you can convince me. I'm very willing to be convinced. And you can move me with an emotional plea. Like I can feel like the humanity in a situation and be like, I understand. You know. But if you just want to move me because I'm an obstacle, it's like, oh, you're in for something. Like yep. I don't just move because you want it. Like, you know, that's not, and I don't really care what kind of tactics you employ. Like the more, you know, aggressive you get about it, the more sure I am that I shouldn't be moving. So that I don't know if that's a virtue or a, you know, a flaw. It's just the reality of the situation.
So maybe a little bit of both, my friend.
Yeah. Bo says it will impact what you want and can say, though. That's the only and biggest downside. You are kind of getting tied up. I don't know. I don't feel that way. I feel like there are technical aspects to it. Nothing in the agreement tells you that you can't produce the content that you want. There are no boundaries on the content that you can produce. There are deliverables, I guess I would say. You know, there are things that you are required to do. And there are things that I guess there are limits on the content you can create, but they're the same limits that like YouTube puts on you. You know, so it's like if you really wanted to create something super on the edge of what's acceptable, you might have a problem. But like none of the content creators have to cater to Plarium in any significant way. And I don't think they do. I think they do. If they do it out of a natural sense that what's good for you is good for us, is good for the community, is good for us. Like if my viewers like something, that's good for me. My viewers dislike something, that's bad for me. And that's true for Plarium as well. And so like if people are leaving the game, that's bad for me. But I wouldn't lie to my viewers to get them to stay, because that's also bad for me. There's no, like, I don't win in that situation. My best like scenario would be that if there's something bad going on, the community and the content creators can convince Plarium to fix it, because that makes it better, which is better for the viewers, which is then better for me. Right? Like I'm part of the community. I'm not part of Plarium. But the community and Plarium are symbiotic. We want each other to do well. Like we should want each other to do well. And the struggle that we're currently having is it doesn't feel like Plarium wants us to do well. Right? We would love the game to be in a great state, and Plarium just wants the game to be profitable. And that's not the same goal. So that feels imbalanced. Modern Thinker says J Gigs is damaged. He has buyer's remorse from his initial $17,000 account. It spread anger and resentment in him that makes his opinions jaded and bitter. I understand that. I understand that perspective. I think he would probably admit, I don't know him, but I think he's honest enough and he's forthright enough to admit that his experiences have left a bad taste in his mouth, and that those experiences and that bad taste influence his perception of Plarium. I don't think he would ever deny that. I don't think that makes his perception wrong. I don't think that makes his opinion in value, lower value, whatever, devalue. It's necessary for us as viewers of his channel to take that into account for ourselves. Yeah, there's a tinge of bitterness there. Sure, there is. It's hard for me to talk about this and not have a little tinge of bitterness myself. I think gamers feel that way, especially when a problem goes on for a long time. Such a good game. And this is the language he uses, and this is the language a lot of people use. Such a good game. Why can't Plarium let it be the game it's meant to be? Like, it's almost like we're trying to champion this game against its creator. Right? Like the creator of the game doesn't understand what they have on their hands. And we're trying to protect the game against them. You know, and that's infuriating, because it's like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, we don't understand why that's true. At least not on an emotional level. On a rational level, we get it. We get it. It's because the people who made the game are not the people who are in charge of the monetization of the game. Aristocrat says, make this amount of money. And they're like, well, the only way we can do that is like abuse our players. And they're like, we don't care. Who cares about your players? It's like, well, we do. We made a good game for them. And it's like, well, now your game is ours. So do what we want, you know? Or maybe not. Maybe it was a different scenario. I mean, gacha games are pretty predatory anyway. So maybe the company was like, well, we can make any kind of game we want. What kind of game we should make? Well, let's make the most profitable one. Well, what's that? Well, gacha games. Okay, what do we have to do to be profitable? We have to abuse our players. Well, too bad. Like, we need the money. I want the money. It could be that. It could be, we don't know. We don't know. But I don't like to assume the worst of the people who are making a good game. I would say that there are probably a lot of forces at play, and one of them is that there is somebody in the hierarchy who is making decisions who does not care about the players of Raid. Somebody, like, I agree with J Gigs to that extent. Somebody doesn't like, not, I wouldn't even say dislikes us, but finds us just a means to an end. Like, literally doesn't account for our feelings or our needs or anything. And there are tons of people out there who will put profit above everything else. And somebody in Aristocrat or Plarium puts profit above everybody else. But I don't know that that's true for most of the people there. I just know that the person who's in control of that, there's some of that going on. Live Wild says, I'm going to lobby all the major raid content creators to have a conversation with you. That'd be cool. I would love to have a conversation with the guys about this. Anybody, all of them. Content creators in this space are super smart, by the way. They're really smart. And it's interesting sometimes to watch somebody who's really smart make a video that says, if we go on a spending strike, it won't change anything. I don't know why. I know at least 2 or 3 of the major content creators have said it won't change anything. And I wonder how much of that is the same resentment that Jay Giggs feels, but it's just expressing itself in a different way. You know, they're saying, we have told Plarium 1,000 times, and they have listened to us 0 of those times. And so rather than them getting angry like Jay Giggs says and says, we need a spending strike, that's Jay Giggs' response. Like, I'm so frustrated with these people. We need to hit them harder. And instead, the other response is, I am so frustrated with these people. I'm not even going to try anymore because I don't believe it'll do anything. Right. So that's interesting for me to see, because that's really telling. That's telling about the situation. Is telling about the person who's making those videos. I thought that Deadwood Jedi had an interesting response. He's like, reach out. Speak to them, like speak to Plarium, get on their socials, send emails, you know, send tweets, like do whatever you can do to communicate to Plarium that you're unhappy, but don't go on a spending strike. It's like, I'm not going to go on a spending strike. I'm not going to promote the idea of a spending strike. So that suggests to me that he still believes Plarium can be moved by words as much as actions. So that's a hopeful message to a certain extent. I don't know if I feel it's a bit naive. There is a thing that he said, which is like, it's encouraged me, like this whole thing has encouraged him to write to his representative, like his government representatives, members of Congress, Senate. And I've had the same response. I'm like, if you write a letter to your state rep, like I've heard from state reps that 100 letters can swing a vote. If 100 people write letters to a state rep, that can change a state rep's vote from yes to no or no to yes. That's all it takes is 100 letters. Plarium doesn't strike me as that kind of person, like that kind of situation. But it is a hopeful message. And I think if you personally don't feel like supporting a spending strike, but you do feel that the complaints are valid, that what you should do is you should at least voice your concerns in support of the people who are also trying to change the game with the strike. Like if we all apply the amount of persuasion that we feel is appropriate and we do it simultaneously, that could work as well. Doesn't have to be everybody's on a spending strike, but if you think that Plarium's approach is wrong, if you want to improve the game, you want to increase the health of the game, and you think that Jay Giggs' complaints are valid, but you don't want to go on a spending strike, you should communicate to Plarium. And if you do go on a spending strike, you should also complain to Plarium. You should communicate and say, I am going on a spending strike because, and these are the changes I would like to see. Right? Because demands without boundaries, I guess, demands without like an endless frustrated demand for improvement without specific, I guess, requirements or specific parameters aren't particularly useful. You know, say, I want to see the prices of packs reduced by 30%. I want to see, you know, more free to play content. I want to see an end to the inflation in fusions. Fusions should go back to the previous model where there are extra fragments or extra champions for everybody available. You shouldn't have to get 100% of everything. And all of the point totals should be reverted to where they were as of a year ago today. Like that would be a specific thing that they could do where you'd say, thank you, you've listened to me. You know? Modern Thinker says, I'm free to play. I enjoy Raid. Playing 3.5 years now without spending a cent. I have a nice account that I have a lot of fun with. That's awesome. Me too. I'm not 3.5 years. I've been playing about 2.5. But same thing. Never spent a cent. I enjoy the game. I have a lot of fun with my account. Live Wild says, unless he signs a non-disclosure agreement, they cannot force him to refrain from speech that's true to what he believes. Yes. If they drop prices, they would sell more. Remember, it's not real resources. They are greedy and want your account to be bad. Yeah, so there's a certain amount of that, Nikki, not necessarily in what they want, but that they don't recognize. I don't think they recognize the economic model that it might be equally profitable to sell high volume at low prices. There is no increase in cost, increase in significant cost for them to increase their volume of sales. So their model targets the whales up here. A few whales spend a lot and they make a lot of money. But if you went down here and you broadened it, and you sold 3 times as much or 10 times as much at a reduced price, potentially you could either maintain your profits or increase them. And I think it's scary for a business to change a model that's working. If you're making profits and you're seeing the numbers that you want to see, and you say, well, we could drastically overhaul our monetization process, there are all sorts of reasons not to. 1, it could hurt sales. 2, it could piss off all the customers who were buying in the previous model. There's all sorts of reasons not to change your financial model. None that will make players happy. None that players will say, yeah, that makes total sense. And I agree with you. You shouldn't change your financial model because it hurts us. It's predatory. Going from a predatory financial model or monetization model to a non-predatory one would drastically improve their relationship with the players. Plarium's relationship with the players would get better instantaneously. But that's not something they make decisions based on, right? Or it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, I don't know about Genshin Impact, but a lot of gacha games, people spend tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's absurd that should be legal. It shouldn't be legal. That should literally be illegal. In some countries, it is. Liv says, we just need the one straw that breaks the camel's back. I have hope that someday Plarium gets it right. Part of me thinks that way. And part of me wants to be more cooperative about it. What I would prefer to do is to suggest to them that a different model could be equally successful. To be persuasive enough to get them to try it. And then when they try it, to convince the community to get behind it enough that it is successful. And that backs up the idea that they can do things a different way. And that might lead to actual change in their financial model. I don't foresee their financial model changing any other way. I think if we just try to hold a gun to their heads forever, if we're just like, we don't spend forever, that doesn't work, right? So they either have to come to the table and say, what do you want? And give us some of those things. Or they just have to say, screw you. They give us nothing. And then we all bail out. We all leave raid, or we all just never spend again, just play free to play forever. And they just go on without us, which is kind of interesting, if they can do that. That would be a combative, kind of confrontational, destructive way for this to unfold. I think it would hurt the community. I think it would hurt Plarium. I don't think anybody would be happy with it. But the ultimate, upshot is neither side wants to be held hostage. Nobody wants to be held hostage. I don't want to hold them hostage. I don't want to go. I mean, I'm a free to play player. I'm not spending. I have said before, I would become a spender if there were if the Xena pack had been $10, I would have definitely considered spending on that. Get the champion and the rewards for $10. And if it was a better path, $10, you could have converted me to a spender on that champion. You could have done that, But the price point is just ridiculous. And even if I can personally afford it, I am just on principle against it because I know a lot of people can't, and it's stupid. It shouldn't be that way. $40 for that champion and that awful battle pass, that non-battle pass battle pass. No, I'm not going to vote with my wallet that that's a good thing. I refuse to do it. And it doesn't matter what the money is, you know, like, I mean, it matters what the money is because the price point matters. But what I mean is it doesn't matter what my personal like income or disposable income availability is. I had $1 million in the bank. I wouldn't spend that $40.
True.
Usopp the Rubber Band says, I'm in a Discord group with Wicked Raider and MTG Jedi. Don't know if they will listen to me, but I will pass it along. That'd be very cool. The simple fact that we're having this conversation means that J-Gig's video was a success to some degree. Absolutely. I think it was a huge success. Richie Cancun says, hello, everyone just started a new account and I pulled a Runekeeper Dazzler. Do you have a build on them? Fast as you can.
Don't get them started.
Fast as you can. You don't need a build on them. Three speed sets. 3 speed sets, every drop of speed you can get on them. Anything else should be put into survivability. You don't need accuracy unless you really, really want that leech for some reason on his A1. But he can do everything that he needs to do with speed and tankiness. So HP percentage, defense percentage, like boots and gloves. I'm sorry, not boots and gloves, chest piece and gloves. Boots should be speed boots in the speed set. Everything should be speed boots or speed set. Everything should have speed substats with multiple rolls. Get him as fast as you can and as tanky as you can, and that's all you need to do. And yeah, he's phenomenal. Congratulations on the great pull. Liv says it doesn't make sense to change a business model that's working, period. Exactly why gig. Yeah, that's what we're saying. The model has to stop working for them to want to change it. At least temporarily, it has to stop for them to even listen to the idea of changing it. If it just keeps working, they will not change it. There's no motivation to change it unless there were like a serious change of heart, you know, like unless somebody like the new CEO was just like, I'm just a nice person and I want to help people out. But he's not, right? He's in charge of a corporation that wants to make money. So he's like, all right, what's going to make us more money? Well, we're going to squeeze the players harder. Yeah, sure. Let's try it. There's no evidence that doesn't work. It's always worked before. And in fact, he may not even know that the players are dissatisfied. Why would he know that? Do you think he plays the game? Do you think he talks to players? No. Right? One, he's probably not a gamer. And two, he doesn't have time for that. Like, he's not going to be in raid 25 hours a week. Like, the idea of him spending 25 hours a week in his own game is absurd to him. You know, it's like, I can't do that. That's too much time to spend in a game. Of course it is. That's why we're all angry. It's like, we're all mad. Because we should be able to spend, 8 hours a week in this game or 10 hours a week and have the same results. But instead, you're trying to force us to play 40 hours a week. And it's absurd. But so he might not even know that we're pissed. Because his metric is how much are people spending? Well, they spent 12% more this month than last month. Oh, they must really like the game. It's like, or you jacked up the prices 12 points, like 12%. Nicky says, I'm not happy or sad, but I'd spend money if it was reasonable. That's a great sentiment. That's exactly how I feel. I am a little bit sad. I'm a little bit sad because we should have I think game publishers and their gaming communities should always be pulling for each other. Just as a general, like, philosophical point, right? Like, basketball players and basketball fans and basketball teams all have similar interests. They all want basketball to be part of their lives and to be successful, and it would be the same. It doesn't matter if you're a musician, right? Like if you're a musical act, you want like the venues that put on your acts to succeed. You want the fans to come to the shows and enjoy themselves and not feel like ripped off. You want to have this career in music, whatever it is. Like there's always other people who are adjacent to your position that you have this symbiotic relationship with. Gamers and game publishers should have a symbiotic relationship. When one does well, the other should do well. And so that makes me sad when it's not that case, because it just seems counterproductive, counterintuitive, and everybody's in pain when they don't need to be. The problem with the Xena Pass was that it was unimaginative. Finished it with 10 weeks to spare. Same 3 boring quests per day. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Sun piped up right there. He was like, yeah. That's
like
exactly.
you're gonna give me how many months long is that thing? 4, 5, 6 months long? You're gonna give me 2 weeks?
It's 16 weeks or something. I don't know. It's a really long time.
Jesus.
It's so clearly not meant as a battle pass. It's so clearly a login champion. Like, it's so clearly a login champion that they just decided to charge $40 for.
Yeah. Now, apparently there is a new login champion coming. So that'll be exciting. I'll take it.
Lucy Lawless would be pissed at her portrait of Xena. I don't know. Some people don't really like the character model. I think it's okay. I mean, I think it's every bit as good as Rhonda's. Like, I don't think Rhonda looks particularly like Rhonda, but it looks enough like Rhonda for you to know it's Rhonda, you know? The Executioner says, I will say for forgetting one critical thing, the company, yes, is a Ukrainian company, and also you don't full know what company is going through on the global market. Of course you don't. Right? But it shouldn't matter. I mean, the Ukrainian thing, I understand culturally, like, it's different, right? So that every culture approaches money a little bit differently. American culture doesn't necessarily have a healthy relationship with money. Like, I'm not trying to say that people need to approach it the way we approach it here in the US. I would prefer they didn't, right? Like, it would be better for everybody if it wasn't so aggressively, like, competitive, right? There are ways to, I mean, the phrase that I always use, and as a business owner, I've always approached my business this way. You want to give value to get value. That's it. You want to give value to get value. So whatever product you're supplying your customers with, you want to make sure that your customers find value in it. And whatever your customers are giving you in return should match that value. If any one of you feels like the other is getting more value, then the relationship sours. Then the feelings around that interaction will not be positive. You know, it's the same with like a marriage, right? Like, if you're married, I heard somebody say this once. I don't know if this is like a famous thing or something, but maybe you've heard this before. Like, a good marriage is when both people think they're getting the better end of the deal. Like, that's how you create a successful marriage. Both people want to feel like they're getting a good deal, basically. And so, I adore my wife and she adores me, and it's great. And we work hard to make sure that stays true. Because as soon as one of us is like, man, my partner just thinks I'm awesome, I can do whatever I want, screw it, I'm just going to lay back and let her do all the work, she's going to stop feeling that way about me.
Yep.
Right? She's just going to be like, this guy who used to work hard and pull his weight and do all this, he's just slacking off now. Why is he slacking off? Like, that's frustrating. And she might still adore me for a little while because she'd be like, oh, maybe he's going through a hard time. And, but then eventually she's going to be like, well, the new Colred just isn't the same as the old one. Might be time to move on. I'm sad about it, but
trade about for a new bottle.
Yeah. But either she's going to be really pissed at me and be screaming at me, or she's going to be like, no, I'm out. So it's the same with the business. You can't just say, oh, we've developed a good relationship, so now I'm going to exploit that relationship. And that's true regardless of, like, that never stops being true. There's no culture in which that stops being true. Now, culturally, you might say, company before public. Like, you might value, like, this is us. This is a tribal thing. Our company is an identity, and we're a community, and we're pulling for each other, and everybody else is our enemy. That could be a thing, or it could just be just the business, nothing personal. Some people approach it that way. It's like, it's nothing personal. It's just market forces. If we charge something and you pay it, that's you telling us that that's fine. So don't complain to us. You bought it. It's like, our responsibility stops when you pick up the package. Some people approach it that way, and that's a cultural thing too. But there's never a point at where the people who you just ripped off are like, oh yeah, that's just the way things go around here, I'm fine with it. Nobody feels that way. There's no culture where people who are getting stomped on every day are like, yeah, I'm fine with it. Feels right. Feels right that I get stomped on. Nobody does that. Live Wild says, I was an operations manager, and all the CEO and CFO care about are the bottom line and profits. And that's why a spending strike makes more sense than just a public display of dissatisfaction. Like, you can communicate all you want, but if all they really care about is profits, they'll make noises to say, we care. And then they won't do anything. And Playroom's done that in the past. In fact, that's what they do every time. Every time I've seen the community get upset about something, Plarium does the absolute minimum to like make it go away. You know, they will react, but they'll do the bare minimum. I run Speed Team in Live Arena with Lydia and Razzlevarg. Xena cuts in on both, countering my whole playstyle. I almost want her to pick myself. Yeah, Xeno's not a bad champion. I've got no problem with the champion. Champion's kind of cool. Shooter says they all, meaning Xena and Ronda, look much closer to reality than Ninja. I have no clue how he could sign off on the face they gave him in game. Honestly, I've seen Ninja, and I think the Ninja in game is better looking. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That was a cheap shot. I don't actually know Ninja at all. I don't even know his channel. I don't know what he looks like. I think I've seen his picture like twice. He did a commercial for Raid. That's the only time I saw his face. But yeah, I mean, realistically, you know, it's like the tools that we have to represent people in game are not so great that the likenesses are ever going to be awesome. I have a feeling Playroom is about to show how money hungry they are. The new content coming screams, give us your money. It looks like it's for people who spend. I hope. Well, in reality, no profit will ever be made without another's loss. The closer you are to fair on that is how you get traction. Oh, I disagree with that, Liv. I don't think economics is a zero-sum game. In fact, it can't be. Right? Like, if you're talking about loss as in you lose this, like, you have to give up something to get something, that's fine. But in reality, you can actually gain value by giving up something. Like, so imagine, you know, I mean, just the whole economic, like where our modern economic system came from, like when we proceeded past bartering. But if you go back to like the bartering system and you just say, well, I make boots and you raise chickens. I need to eat and you need shoes, right? It's easier for me to create boots than it is for me to make chickens because I'm a boot maker. Right? So the ease of operation, the skill that I've learned, allows me to make higher quality boots with less cost and less effort than you could ever do it. And the reverse is true. You are simultaneously making, like raising chickens more effectively. You're making healthier chickens, fatter chickens. You're, I don't know, whatever it is that, you know, makes a effective chicken farmer. Like, you're doing that more effectively. So you're actually giving up something that's less valuable to you to get something that is more valuable to you. I'm giving up boots, which are easy for me to make, and I'm getting chickens, which are valuable to me that I can't make on my own. Or vice versa. I'm giving up chickens. I got 1,000 chickens, and I'm getting boots, high quality boots that I can't make myself. And so in reality, what happens is both people get more value than they give up. Right? I mean, that's the reality of the situation. You save effort, you save time, and the amount of value in the world increases. Because when you had the boots that you made, they weren't as valuable as when you gave them to me, or vice versa, or whatever, you know? The good boots are more valuable in the hands of somebody who can't make boots. So I think with Plarium, you know, it's the same thing. It's like, your product, it has no value whatsoever until you put it into the hands of gamers. It has no value. You could spend hundreds of thousands of man hours putting together a phenomenal game that has zero value until the day you put it into the hands of a gamer. And likewise, a gamer with no game, what's the point? Right?
Gamer with no game.
Yeah.
It's a tough time.
So the value of your creation, the value of Raid is increased in my hands. And my experience as a gamer is increased by the game you've given me. And that can be measured in dollars very simply, right? And they're doing that. But I'm telling them that the game is not as valuable as they think it is. They think I'm providing you with something that nobody else is giving you. You should just pay me what I want for it. And I'm saying, no, the game is only as valuable as I think it is. And I'm willing to give you only so much. And until those numbers get close together, they don't get money. So who's right? They can't make me spend. The worst thing they could do to me, the worst, absolute worst thing they could do to me is take the game away. I'll just go play another game. You know, the value comes from in both cases, when you're talking about the chicken farmer and the boots, right? Like the boot maker, like each of them views the other thing as valuable more than what they have. Plarium doesn't do it that way. Plarium views what they have as more valuable. They're like, no, we want more money for this. We want more and more money for this. And as long as gamers agree, then they're right. But if the gamers don't agree, they literally can't, their game has zero value until gamers consume it. You know, so the best case scenario is we both think we're getting good value. Problem is we aren't on the barter system with that analogy. Not necessarily, but the value is just represented differently. It's just in dollars. And unfortunately, that plays into corporations' hands, right? Because, and like especially gambling corporations' hands, because they can, you know, one of the tactics they use is they create gems. Like buy gems with cash and then buy items with gems. So you're not buying items with cash, because if you're buying items with cash, you know exactly how much it's costing. But if you buy gems with cash and then items with gems, then you have to do this extra step, and most people are too lazy to really think about it, or, you know, in the moment they're too emotional to think about it, and they're just like, whatever, I'm just doing it, you know. And that's why they do that, to try to separate the idea of value from the money that we're actually using. But it's all barter system. It's just there's an extra step. Misha says Plarium can make a lot of money with selling skins. They could. They don't, and the fact they don't makes me mad. Honestly, I look at all the Raid content creators, and I like yours the best because you break things down where I can understand it more. Well, thank you. That's what I hope to do.
That is the goal.
Jonathan Taylor, that is the theory of economics straight out of ECO 200. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, I took AP economics in high school, and like, more than taking an economics course, I'm the son of a small business owner, and then I became a small business owner. So when your business is the sole way you feed yourself, meaning like you can't fail at the business, right? If you go work for a company and the company has a bad month, they still have to pay you. But if my company has a bad month, I don't get the same salary. I literally get less money. So when you're in that scenario, you think about value very differently. And I'm not trying to say that people who work salary jobs don't get money. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is when you literally, like, if you have a bad month, you can't pay your electric bill, right? Whereas when the company has a bad month, you still get paid, and they just sell stock or do whatever, then rearrange the money. Maybe they have to have layoffs, but then you go get another job. Like it's a different relationship to the product, the end product. Right. So it's why service jobs are different than like manufacturing jobs. Well, no, that's not the reason why. Sorry. I don't mean that to be insulting in any way. What I mean is like the relationship of a service provider, like an end provider. right, is often different than a manufacturing thing, unless you're also the end provider. Like if you're literally the person that deals with the customer at the end, like I'm a waiter and I'm serving you the food. That's a different relationship to the customer than the chef in the back. Now the relationship between the product and the chef is stronger, right? The chef creates that product, but the waiter is the one who has to deal with the reaction from the customer. And the waiter gets a tip or doesn't, right? And maybe in some restaurants like that gets shared with the whole kitchen staff. That's fine. I understand that. But what I'm saying is like, literally, there's only so much that waiter can control, right? And if the product is bad or the whatever, it's like, they still got to deal with it. So now imagine you're the person who creates the product and you're the one who deals with the customer. That's my business. I create the product and I deal with the customer and I can't hide from it. I can't get away from it. There's no protection from it. If I do a bad job, my bottom line goes down. So same here with YouTube. If you make awful videos, people stop watching. It's instantaneous. Like literally, my last video could have gotten 10,000 views and my next video stinks and it gets 400 views. You know, it's like, there's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide, you know? Yeah, Nikki says, Playroom doesn't have limited shards for us. It's infinite because it's digital. Digital assets like that it's weird. Like supply and demand doesn't really apply, right? There's no supply. There's just demand. And so there's a price point, and the price point is not determined by the cost of supplying this, right? It's based on just the amount of profit that they want to make per item. Now, they still have expenses at their company, but they could just produce 3 times as many shards. They could just hand out 3 times as many shards without any change in costs. So the question is price point versus like consumption, right? Not supply at all. They're just in control of supply. So they just make things rare to try to jack up the price. But realistically, it's not even that they're trying to make it rare. They're just trying to make it rare to you. You know, like there are millions of shards that are pulled every shard event, but you only get so many.
You want to take over for a few?
Sure.
Okay. Take a quick little rest break.
Liv says, I truly enjoy your candid, logical, rational manner. Thank you for being you, Colred. You're welcome, I guess. Thank you for your, support. I appreciate that. I like to try to see both sides of things. I like to try to see Plarium's side of things for a couple of reasons. One, to just understand them better. And 2, so that I can communicate with them better. Because if I don't understand where they're coming from, I don't know how to talk to them. And if I get angry and frustrated and like, that's natural. It's normal. I'm not saying you shouldn't. But when you're trying to talk to them about it, that's not usually helpful, especially when it's a power play, right? Because if they're trying a power play and you're irrational, they're in control. So it's also a tool. It's a tool for my benefit, for our benefit, hopefully. Modern Thinker says, so long as there will be people who will spend huge amounts, like $10,000 per month, Plarium has motivation to design a game that invites their level of spending. Yeah, that's true. And part of the thing that we're trying to communicate is there's also a motivation to reduce that. And that is in spreading your spending base wide as opposed to high, right? Like going wide as opposed to high. So you can have a few spenders who spend a lot, or you can have a lot of spenders who spend a little. And you might get profit both ways. And if you look at like some companies, like there are a lot of companies that go for high volume, low margins, right? In fact, it's sort of the the trend in retail, right? And companies are trying to find more and more ways to reduce their costs so that they can lower their prices without improving their margins, but just increase their volume. And Plarium has gone the opposite way. We're trying to reduce our volume and increase our profit per item. And I think one of the reasons why Westerners don't like it is because it flies in the face of everything else that's going on economically. Like that's not the way any company approaches like profits, really. That's the way like luxury brands approach their profits. That's the way like Ferrari approaches its profits. Make Ferraris so desirable and so rare that we can charge a huge amount of money per unit and make a significant profit per unit. And then we can produce just a few and make a lot of money. And it seems like that's what Plarium wants to do in a weird industry. It's a weird industry to try that strategy. Jonathan Taylor says, I'm an accounting student. I fully understand. Yeah. Owning a small business is all about the value the customer feels they get for what they spent. Absolutely. $99 for, I think, 13 blue shards is bonkers. If I wanted a Lego and hit Mercy, my Lego would cost $1,800. Yeah, that's about their price point. I think that's a little bit. I think 13 blue shards should probably run more like $30. If maybe a little bit more, maybe $40, not 99. So maybe 13 voids. Maybe 13 voids were 99, something like that. I don't know. I don't buy shards, but I think the average price for a void is somewhere around $4. And I think blue shards are like $1.50 to $2 or something like that. I think that's what it is. 10,000 people spending $2 trump that one spender at $10,000. That would be the goal to get them to agree to. The question is that actually what would happen? And they don't know, and it'd be scary for them to find out. To switch that drastically would be scary for them to find out, especially if they feel like their model is working. But that's the argument. And Liv, I think you're right. And it makes sense to us. I don't know. Tyraku did a video a month ago on a player who spent an estimated $640,000 in 83 days. I need a minute to digest that. That feels evil. That feels ugly. There's so many things wrong with that. There's so many things that are incredibly wrong with that. $8,000 a day. Roughly $8,000 a day. I get
$8,000 a day.
$640,000 in 83 days. Somebody spent $640,000 on raid in 83 days. I mean, we were just talking about, one person spending $10,000 is not as powerful as 10,000 people spending $2, right? And that's true. What happens when one dude spends $640,000? Because now he's worth 250,000 players spending $3. Like we would need 250,000 people to spend $3 to equal that one dude. I have no idea what the circumstances of that person's life is. I don't know what $640,000 means to them. Maybe they're just a billionaire who got bored. You know, maybe they're just a son or daughter of a rich person and they've got, you know, they just inherited $58 million and they're like, whatever. I don't care. I have no idea. I have no idea what that is. But there's no world in which $640,000, $8,000 a day on a video game that you can play on your phone for free makes any sort of sense or is good in any way. It's not good for the company. It's not good for the economics. It's not good for any of the players. Like, oh, it's good for the company. Sure, they made a lot of money. That's not good. That's going to force them to think, or it's going to influence them to think that that's a good thing. Like that person has hurt a lot of people by doing nothing more than spending money on a game. That becomes a story. That becomes a story that CEOs spread around. That entices other people to copy this economic model. That's a level of a that's insane. What do you do in the face of that? That's insane. More than anything I've ever heard, that makes me want to quit the game. Somebody was talking to me over Thanksgiving and talking about this. Like, should it be legal? And there are companies that have outlawed gambling mechanics in games like this, you know. And other games have had to change their mechanics. Like Overwatch did it, right? Overwatch changed the way their loot system happened because like Sweden or something outlawed Overwatch. Like made a law against it that wouldn't allow that mechanic. I think Battlefront changed theirs too, right? Although that might have been more in response to like the gamer reaction. Yeah, that's crazy. Jonathan Taylor says they tapped into the market of people who like to gamble. They have. Those are people that have more money than they can ever spend in their lives, probably. I mean, if you're spending it like that, there's no amount of money you can't spend in your lifetime. The only way to be able to spend that much money on a game every day and also spend that kind of money in other ways every day is to literally make that kind of money everywhere you go. Like bending over costs you money because, you know, like that's the thing. It's like, what's that analogy? Like, you know, if you bent over to pick up $100 bill, like Elon Musk shouldn't bend over to pick up $100 bill because the time it takes him to pick up the $100 bill is time wasted. He could be doing anything else and he makes, you know, $50,000 a second. So it's like, it's a waste of time to pick up a $100 bill. Like that's the situation you have to be in. I'm very confident that Plarium does regular analyses on pricing. They will have their reason to keep shard prices at a premium. The one flaw in that mentality, I guess, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but the one flaw in that mentality is unless you've experimented with different pricing methods, you don't know whether other pricing methods would be more profitable, either in the short term or in the long term. If you've got 10 people spending that much money in a game, that's enough to keep your company afloat. But if everybody else leaves the game, leaving those 10 guys alone, will they still feel the power that they feel in spending that money? Because now they're just spending it against each other. Right? They can't say, oh, I'm better than 99.99% of the people in this game because I spent that money. And that's where the satisfaction comes in, you know, at least to some extent. Like if you have an arena that's only got 10 people in it, then you're not king of the mountain, you're king of the molehill, right? Like that's just the way it is. So there is, you know, if you take that extreme and you keep going, keep pushing that extreme all the way as far as you can, eventually you get to a point where you've got one guy willing to spend $1 billion. It's like, then you may as well just be making a game for him. You know, it's like, that's not the way it works. Like, you know, gaming is, at the heart of it, gaming is democratic, not necessarily in the sense that it's about voting, but in the sense that it's about, if it's competitive, like every sport that's competitive, right? Every human endeavor that's competitive has rules to the competition that are inherently designed to create a playing field that makes sense to the players of the playing field, right? Or the consumers of the playing field, if you're talking about like spectator sports. But like literally, like you can't, like if you just told soccer players tomorrow that they could only use their left foot, like some players would stick around and some players would be off the teams instantly, and other players who were not there would come, and it would be like, all right, you now have a new sport. It's called left-footed soccer. It's not even the same thing. I don't know if I'm making a lot of sense there, but what I'm saying is like you can't just I don't know. You can't just say my model works and therefore no models are better, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, and if you're going in that direction where you're like, the model works, but the model is extremely unfair. And so unfairness is what makes the model work. So if I'm more unfair, it works better. Like it breaks. It will break. How many of us would just up and, you know, like, we would just up and leave? I mean, the reason that makes me want to leave is because it's so, I'm like, this game is not for me then. You know, so clearly is not for me. So clearly their model is designed not for me. They don't need me here. They don't want me here. Why would I be here? You know, the only thing that makes it weird to me is that like the initial game is so good as a free-to-play game. There's something in the game that is actually for the gamer. You can play this game free to play. How is that even possible? You know, this is why I think like, I think like Plarium has like a personality disorder. You know, like half of the company loves games and the other half hates gamers, you know, or like just sees them as a means to an end. That's where like J Gigs gets me when I watch him. I'm like, it does feel that way sometimes. Like, let me ask you this question. Do you think Plarium likes this guy? The guy that spent $640,000. Do you think they like him? Not are they happy that he spent the money, but do you think they like him? Do they like him more than they like me? Do they like us exactly the same? Or do they even dislike him more than they dislike me? Like, it's a hard question to answer. Because they've ripped him off for over $500,000. They literally, they just went in his pocket and stole his money. You know, you're like, no, they didn't. That's his choice. I guess it's his choice. Right? Do we feel the same way about casinos? It's totally ethical. It's totally ethical what they did. 100% ethical. Nikki says, the issue is I want to spend, but holy shit, monthly gem pack is the only good deal. Yeah, that's the same thing for a lot of us. We would be happy to spend, but not that much. Ian Godwin says, thankfully, most of the game is played only against yourself, so what others spend only affects me so much. That is a good way to approach this game. It would be better if the Great Hall weren't tied to the arena. But yeah, you can not play this against other players. Shooter90 says, yes, I get that, but in order to experiment properly, they would have to do a 360 turn for a long period of time just to have reliable data, and at that point, they might be at a point of no return. Yeah, I don't expect them to do a lot. this is why I think the spending strike makes more sense than just a letter campaign, right? Because unless you hit them in the wallet, like J Gig says, they're not likely to react in any way. Shooter says it's a massive gambling on their part. No reasonable company would do that considering their earnings right now. Yeah, exactly. There are so many completely free games out there that the fact people spend on Raid means they've done something right. If by right you mean effective. Yes. Yes. They've I guess maybe you're saying like they've done something right with the game. Like they've made a game that's appealing. Yeah. Yeah. That is obscene. You can buy several houses for that amount of money. In some places in the world, you could buy more than several houses. I mean, $640,000 is a life-changing amount of money to the vast majority of the world's population. Life-changing. Life-changing money. It would be for me. If you gave me $640,000 today, my life would be forever changed. Like, yep. It's possible. People win the lottery. They win $100 million. They blow through it all, and they end up worse off than they were before. That's possible. It happens. But I don't think $640,000 I mean, you know, when you talk about like the top 1% of the population, people talk about the 1%. The 1% is stratified. Like the 1% aren't all the same. Right? If you're at the bottom of that 1%, if you're like 99.01, you know, like you just eked into the 1%. And then if you're at the top of that, if you're, 99.999%, like the difference in those two people are bigger than the difference between the person at the bottom of that range and the average. I mean, if you took the 50 percentile, like the gap between the 50 percentile and the 99th percentile is smaller than the gap between the 99th percentile and the 100th percentile. Like if you want to think of it that way. It just is, which is absurd. So like $640,000 means a lot of, it can mean different things to different people. But for like 3% or whatever of the population, it's life-changing money.
Server reset's coming up, by the way, in case you haven't gotten all your stuff done.
Oh, I'm not going to get any of my stuff done.
Okay.
But thank you. Let me try to get some of this done. I mean, my other account's not going to get it either. I thought about that like a half an hour ago before we started this conversation about the $640,000. I was like, I should probably call it an end to this, but let's Magic Champion. Okay. Yeah. This is a noob versus pro stream, and somehow we always get sucked down this rabbit hole. Plarium's evil. Maybe they're not. Will they ever listen? Yeah, I don't know if it's possible to serve both extremes. Clearly, Godazard, by the way, Godazard, hi. You said hi before. I didn't say hi back. I'm sorry. Clearly, Plarium knows how to get into the minds of some people spamming offers and windows. Yeah. Shouldn't there be a Russian duo to hard counter the Ukrainian duo? Gosh, I hope not. Yeah, one of the really interesting aspects of this discussion to me is that like, so Goddard said, clearly Plarium knows how to get into the minds of some people spamming offers in Windows. I'm not sure that anything that Plarium does affects that level of spender. Do you know what I mean? Like, the guy who's willing to spend $640,000 in a game like this, what offer is getting him to spend that? Like, did it change his spending from 600,000 to 640,000? Like, do you think that's something that happened? Like their marketing was so effective, it convinced a guy that was going to spend $5,000 to spend $640,000. There's no way. There's nothing that they could do that would be that effective. Would it change him from spending $300,000 to $640,000? No. This guy went into the game with the potential of spending $640,000. And the base core mechanic of gacha games is what enticed him. And the price point didn't matter. All the price point did is determine the final number. But none of the strategies mattered. Right? Like none of the enticements that Plarium created mattered. This person, whoever did that, like, unless they're very, very sick, didn't get manipulated. They just don't care. They just don't care. They just came in and like, I've got the biggest wallet in the world and I'm going to beat everybody to death with it. And that's what gets me off. Like, it's either that or they're extremely sick. Right? Because if somebody had $650,000 and they spent $640,000 on this game, and they had to sell their house and their car and all that stuff and probably got divorced and whatever, and that's what happened, then it's criminal. Then Plarium's a criminal. And if it's somebody who's just like, oh, I don't care because I have $500 million and I want to do this because it gets me off, then that's criminal. You know, not in the same way, perhaps, not to the same extent, perhaps, but that's awful. Right? Because that person is so it, you know, I don't know if there's a third scenario. Somebody who had $10 million and overspent, but got manipulated into it. I mean, sorry, not 10,000, 10 million. Maybe. I got to be done talking about this. It's going to make me too depressed. Live Wild says, I honestly tell all my friends that the biggest gaming regret I ever made was downloading Raid. No, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about the normal gamer. I'm talking about that person. I think their methods work against some people. I think their methods work because, like, it's not their method. It's like a tried and true model, right? Like, the bait and switch works. You know, the what's it called? Like the fake value that you create within a system. You know, the whole thing where it's like infomercials would use it, where it's like, you know, like here's 3 things that you can buy, and they create like a base model, and then there's like the upgraded model, and then there's the ultra model. And so it'll be the kind of thing where it's like you can get this for $50, or you can get this for $75, but it's $100 value. Do you know when they say that stuff? It's like, or you can get this one that's $150, but it's a $300 value. And you're like, wow, that one's only 50%. You know, like the original one, I'm paying the full price. And they upsell you. They upsell you into this perceived extra value that they created by just presenting it in that fashion. Right. So like, you're like, well, the base model is 75, but do you need the extra stuff, or do you not? You know, because they're upselling you on perceived value that they've kind of magically created. There's a name for it. I don't remember what that name is. Maybe somebody does. But I'm sure that those tactics work because we've seen them work all over the place. So you're not an idiot. You're not an idiot for falling for it. And it's not even a matter of falling for it. It's just being convinced by it. Like, you already have to see value for it to be effective. Right? And you all already have to feel like, I guess, the ends justify the expense. But presenting presenting it to you constantly heightens the sense of like losing out, you know. But if you're going to spend $640,000, that's not the reason you're spending $640,000. I don't want to lose out on this deal. I'm going to spend $500,000 so I don't have to spend $1 million. Nobody's doing that. Not for a game that you can get for free. Right? That was just a choice. You just bought in knowing. Yeah, I'm probably going to, I don't know. I'm going to drop somewhere between $300,000 and $800,000 on this game. Like, why? It feels good to me. I like it. I don't need the money. The only way this could be a good thing, I just envisioned a scenario where this whole thing could be turned on its head. It would be a good thing. It's a Russian oligarch. It's a Russian oligarch who's like, this Ukrainian company has been like pushed out of their home country by my country. And I have billions of dollars, and I'm just going to throw hundreds of $1,000s to them as a way to say, I'm sorry you got pushed out of your country.
Our bad.
Like, that's the only way this could possibly be a good thing.
Oops.
It's not that, but you know. I didn't play Game Boy Pokemon, but I like turn-based games. I like squad builders. I like tactical games. All of the components of the game from the game standpoint are great. Plarium's Ukrainian. I don't think it's Israeli. They were based in Ukraine. We know that they were based in Ukraine. We know that they left the Ukraine. I mean, I don't know if the filing is in Israel. I mean, maybe it's like an international, you know, like there may be some tax reason to do that. Oh, thanks. Dailies. I got one more.
I already gave you one warning.
Yeah, whatever. I tell you, I'm not attached to him right now. It just doesn't, I'm not stressed about it at all. All right, I have just been called away. Dinner is about to be served, and it's my last night with my family. So I'm going to end the stream there. I actually went an extra hour. I didn't mean to, but yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks so much for the discussion. Let me get Sun back on the screen here.
I've been here the whole time.
Let's thanks everybody for supporting the new video format here. We'll be putting out my personally edited video sometime this week. We'll have to see what happens with that. I've got some ideas. I tell you what, I'm not going to hold back. I'm definitely not going to hold back. I'm going whole hog on this. I'm going to do the best job I know how to do and edit the heck out of this video.
Oh, hold on now.
What's that?
I was just going to say, you know, time constraints, all kinds of stuff, man.
Are you trying to get me to do a worse job?
I'm just saying if we give you a week to edit one video,
yeah,
it's always going to be better than what I can do, like trying to rush out a video in 2 hours.
What are you talking about? Since when do I like I come up with a video idea. We talk about the idea. I record the idea, and then you get a video, and then you have time to edit it. And it's like, that's fine. Like, I'm not necessarily going to take 7 days to edit the video.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just going to come up with a cool idea and then make sure I do a good job on it.
All right. All right. All right.
Besides which, if I wanted to take a week to edit the video, that wasn't part of the bet. That wasn't part of the bet. I could do that.
Okay.
I'm trying to get my last few dailies in here.
You've got seconds.
I know.
A minute.
Yeah, I'm not going to get all of them in. I just want to get a few. I got my dailies done on this. Yeah, that's all I'm going to get. Okay. Well, whatever. But all right. So yeah, we'll have to see. I have some ideas for the video. I mean, I always talk to you about the ideas, and I always give you like heads up on what I think the important parts of a video are. But I don't know what's going to happen until I record it. So we'll have to see. Well, listen, buddy, if you want to get in front of the screen, I could edit you.
See, that would be me losing.
Well, listen, if you want a day off, this is the way you get a day off. That's what you win.
I'm chilling. I'm all right.
Yeah.
I'm good.
All right.
I'm good.
All right. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens. But thanks for supporting the new video format. We'll probably have to do that again. I mean, it might be 6 weeks from now. Who knows when Ancient Shards is going to be doubled again? It could be a year from now. It could be 2 weeks from now. We have no idea what's going on. Yeah, but that is it for us today. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. If you are from the US, you had a couple extra days off. I hope you are relaxed and ready to return to work and you're energized. And if not, well, then I hope you've enjoyed your week. And yeah, we'll be back to our normal schedule this week. So Takeover Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thursday will be a live stream. That's sort of our variety stream. That will be Thursday. We don't know exactly what time of day that is. We're trying to do it a little bit later in the day. So maybe like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, something like that. And then next weekend, we'll come back with our Noob versus Pro. The 20th episode will be up to our 20th episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've run longer than some TV shows that I really loved. We've lasted longer than Firefly.
Oh, Firefly.
We've also produced enough hours. Like, we've produced 5 times the hours or duration of Firefly. You know, something crazy like that. So, anyway. All right. Thanks, everybody. Son, we got anything else for him?
No, we're all set.
Don't forget to like the stream, like our videos, subscribe to the channel, join our Discord community, do all the good things, make comments.
Stay awesome.
Yeah, we love you guys. And we will see you when we see you.